Hi. Sorry, I'm still pouring myself my eggnog. I hope you all are doing good. I hope you had a good start into the weekend. Man, how is it the weekend already? It's been like... This week went by so fast. Oh my god. I can barely believe it. Hi. Hello. Long time no see. Alright, it's been forever since we played, huh?
Trust me, you're gonna love this.
Let me just check the audio levels again real quick since... Yeah, I think every time the game starts, it just resets the levels.
And ice cream and cookies are all good.
Alright, how does this sound?
Of course. My personal favorites are Austen and Eliot, but the current book I'm reading is
Wait,
so
a bit quiet
wonderful.
still?
It's... oh, I'm sorry. I don't want to get carried away.
My pleasures are simple.
Aspen.
A lovely night and fresh tea are more than enough.
Eh? Yeah, I'm gonna do a recap. Oh yeah, it is 144 Hz, huh? Yeah, I got a really good primary monitor. My friend gifted it to me for as a small thank you for helping with his convention. So I have an actually really good monitor. My second one is just a bit dinky. Like, looking at both of them, you can totally see the quality difference. Like, I glance over to where chat is, and everything is just a bit more muted, you know? Thank you for the headpad. Thank you, Olivia. Thank you so much. Hope you're having a good evening. Anyway, I'm gonna up it a bit more. Okay. Alright, it's a bit quiet.
Sugar.
I was just gonna up voice.
I like sugar.
Husband?
Novels, of course. My personal favorites are Austen and Eliot, but the current book I'm reading is so wonderful. It's... oh, I'm sorry. I don't want to get carried away.
Alright, that sounds pretty good. Audio-wise...
Trust me, you're gonna love this.
Oh, we can, like, recap episode. Anyways, I want to put up, like, a nice gallery while I recap. Alright, this one's actually pretty good. What else do we have? Welcome home. Alright, I think that one might be good. Alright. So, actually, never mind. I need one with all three in it. Alright. We play as Miho, Gumiho, a fabled fox creature that can turn into a human. She is cursed, as in everyone who meets her forgets who she is after 24 hours. So the only way for her to stay in anyone's life is to basically, you know, make sure they see her every 24 hours, which is exceedingly difficult, and due to that she like never made any connection with anyone until the game started. We like moved to Wellington and she met where are they? Yeah, she met Aspen and Juliet, who both take her in. Juliet owns a library that we like live in now, and Aspen is a barista and book lover. that we met on our first day as well. They both know our secret. They like know us better than we do. Like, we only learned that creatures like us exists because they basically Googled us. Like Miho, she's hundreds of years old, but she wasn't really much around humans until those two. Juliet is a vampire. She can talk with bats. We don't know about Aspen yet. The running theory is that she's just a regular human. There's like other creatures kind of like us. There's like fabled beasts that only kids can see, that we can also see. Let's see if we can like find there. Tommy is like a little kid. His parents are divorced. We kind of talked with him a few times. He has like a little fabled beast that only he can see and we can see too. There's like mermaids too and other creatures like that. But otherwise it's pretty much our world. And what else? What am I forgetting? Oh yeah, Miho doesn't know how to read. But you know, she finally wants to have a real life, a real job, and so Juliet offered Miho to work at her library, and that's what we did in the last chapter. Like, look at her trying to copy titles of books. She's working really hard. She's trying her best, and we all love her a lot. So yeah, that's where basically chapter 2 ended after that first work day. That went reasonably okay. Not the best, but you know, for the fact that she can't read, she did really well. Yeah, both Aspen and Juliet like Miho very much, and Miho is finally learning to, you know, trust other people and have a normal life, you know, with the entire thing looming over her head that as soon as either of them doesn't see her for 24 hours, they will completely forget she ever even existed. So, there's that. Oh, do I not have a hydrate cooldown on? Whoops, let me change that real quick. Real quick. Hydrate. Cool down. There we go. No, they're not immune. Or at least we don't think they are. Yeah, it's just she's making sure that they all see her at least once every 24 hours. Yeah. Alright, cheers, Zoe! Very first eggnog drink to lesbians. Cheers! And cheers, Olivia! Alright. Let's just jump into it. Don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe.
Ugh, it's about time. I was getting bored.
Yeah, let me know if the audio is off. I'm not at home right now, so all my settings are a bit changed. Right, old scars and new friends, chapter 3.
Have a nice day.
Thanks. You too.
That's Miho, the main character we play. I love her very much. Oh yeah, last stream we should do that. I tend to go on tangents on how much I love her. So someone suggested I should do a counter and then do extra squats for each time I go off about her. What should I name the counter? Miho Confession. No, that's too much room. Miho Love. There we go. Alright. Alright, anyways, I love her very much. She's amazing. That doesn't count as a counter yet, just giving context for it. But yeah, if you've been here in the past streams, you noticed a lot of the times I make a comment and then I click forward and Miho literally plucks my words out of my brain and makes the comment too. She's like amazing, and yeah, I hope y'all like her too. Alright. The kind old man takes his books under his arm and shuffles out of the library, a whoosh of cool air passing over me as the door opens and shuts.
Whew. Finally time for a break.
With no one else waiting to be helped, I glance around at the dozen or so people milling about before plopping myself down onto the cushion that Juliet set up for me behind the desk. Who knew that working would be such hard work? These past few weeks since I started helping out at the library have been a bit of a blur. There's always so much to do. Alright, so we have a small time jump, huh? Since last chapter. I wonder if she finally learned how to read. At least most of it's pretty easy, like straightening out furniture or putting things away when they get left out. I don't know what the big deal is. I think it looks better when it's a little messy, but it's what Juliet asked me to do, so I do it. Talking to patrons, Aspen taught me that word, is getting easier as well. The first few times someone came up to me for help, I was so nervous that I could barely speak. That's a big mood. Oh yeah, also both girls, Aspen and Juliet, are like routes. In the first stream, chat decided we're gonna do the Aspen route. So just everyone is informed. Aspen is like gonna be her girlfriend. I mean, I assume, I don't know where the game exactly will be going, but chat decided on Aspen, and I'm kind of glad that you did, because my first instinct was Juliet. But thus far, Aspen has really been incredible. Her chemistry with Miho is so good. Like their banter, it's really, really, really funny. So yeah, we're gonna play the Aspen route, and then, you know, also check out the Juliet route eventually. I'm pretty sure. I really like the game. It's so comfy. Oh, you dumped Shiny into that, Olivia. Well, thank you. I'm still happy that happened. Like, even though at the time of the poll I wanted Juliet to win, I'm glad Aspen won. Also, hey, Purr, good seeing you. Good seeing you. Time to be happy with the mouse. Ah, so you did. 9 out of 13 were from you. Wow. Still worth it. There's so much to remember and still so much to learn. I still don't like talking to people in general, but it feels easier now. I get a little anxious when I see someone walking up to the counter, but it's not too bad. Of course, everyone who comes up thinks it's my first day there. Even though I started to recognize some of the regulars, they never recognize me. Aspen's the only one who comes by every day. What I didn't expect was that the hardest part would be checking out books to people. There's a sheet of paper with a bunch of little boxes in them, and I'm supposed to write the names of each person and the books they're taking. Since I have to copy the letters by hand each time, it takes me a while. If someone has a lot of books or ones with really long titles, then it takes me even longer. Sometimes people get a little impatient, but I'm going as fast as I can. Either way, it makes the days go by faster. I wouldn't really call it fun, but I don't hate it either. Having a bit of money that I earned rather than stole feels surprisingly good too. At least I don't have to worry about someone trying to take it back. I hear the front door open again and look up to greet the new person, like Juliet taught me. It turns out to be a familiar face, my nerves settling a little at the sight of her.
Hey, Miho.
It's our girlfriend! Olivia, so you mean like everyone gets to experience Miho's curse if they work in retail?
Hi, Aspen!
Look how happy she is. Oops, sometimes I forget I'm not supposed to be loud here.
Hi, Aspen.
Seriously, she's so cute. Does that count? I guess it counts. I say it again, but quieter. She comes up to the desk and sets down a couple books that she just checked out a few days ago.
Whoa, done already?
One of them I simply couldn't put down because I had to know how the story ends. I was worried it would have a sad conclusion, but the ghost girl becomes real and gets to stay with her girlfriend, and they all live happily ever after.
That does sound like a nice happy end.
The other book was unreadable, unfortunately. I won't be trying that author again.
That's too bad. Should I tell Julia we can get rid of this one?
Well, it's not that terrible. I'm sure someone out there could enjoy it, just not me.
If you say so.
It seems to me like if Aspen doesn't like a book, then that book must be really, really bad. Maybe I'll ask Juliet about it later anyway. For now though, I start copying the titles down onto the returns sheet while Aspen goes off to find new books. She comes back right as I'm finishing up with a small stack in her hands.
You find books as fast as you finish them.
If only I knew exactly what I was looking for this time.
She hands me the pile and I begin writing the names down. I can feel her watching me as my hand makes each slow line.
Say, Miho.
Look how determined she looks like writing. I have to finish the letter I'm working on before I can pay attention to Aspen.
Yeah?
Have you,
She wrings her hands, looking like she's not sure how to ask her question. Aspen seems to think a lot before she speaks, so I've learned that sometimes it's easier to just make her spit it out.
Just say it. I don't mind.
Oh, she's gonna ask why you still can't read, Miho. Sure enough, her eyes widen, but she stops fidgeting.
have you ever considered learning to read and write? It would probably save you quite a bit of time.
Teacher, 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 teacher. I look down at the mess of scribbles on the paper in front of me. Even though I wrote them, they don't mean anything to me. Juliet never seems to have an issue though, so that's good enough for me.
Not really. I've gotten by fine without it so far.
Miho, you need to learn how to read, girl.
Oh,
come on. You can't keep using that excuse for everything. You've been here for more than a month now. Well...
She does have a point there. I told myself so many times that I was going to stop letting my past define me. But still, reading and writing? It would be useful, it's true. With so many letters though, it seems like a lot of work. And I'm already doing a lot of work as it is.
I don't even know how to start doing that. I'd be happy to help you, and I'm sure Juliet would too. She'd be delighted if you picked it up.
Yay, she's gonna teach her. Her usually quiet voice starts to raise, only adding to my doubts.
I'll think about it, I guess.
He's so cute.
No, I won't take no for an answer. I'll do some research when I get home and bring some materials later. We can make a lesson plan and a schedule and... Whoa. Don't I get any say in this?
Nope. Aspen is so excited about finally teaching her.
You didn't say no, and that's enough for me. Oh, but that isn't what I came here to talk to you about. Aren't you here to get books? Right, that too. But anyway...
I like whenever she does the side glance with the slight blush. It's very cute. Aspen reaches into her purse and pulls out a slightly crumpled flyer, which she hands to me. Looking at the glossy cover, it's covered in pictures of little vases and statues, and other old-looking things.
There's an exhibition at Te Papa about Korean history and culture, for a limited time only.
Your Korean history and culture, Miho?
An exhibit at your dad? No, it's our biggest museum. Te Papa is one of the most interesting places in Wellington, perhaps even New Zealand as a whole. You can enter for free, so that isn't a concern. Look, there's even a map of how to get there on the back.
After I flip the flyer over, she points to a map of Wellington that's very similar to the one I used on my first day here.
This is the Bell House, so you just go up this road, turn here, then here.
I know it, as she explains, but it isn't really necessary. I may not be able to read, but I can at least use a map.
Anyway, it's only open when I'm at work, so I won't be able to join you.
Oh, no date. Too bad, too bad.
But I imagine you might appreciate having some time to yourself too.
I like her outfit a lot, like the off-the-shoulder jacket. Just so good, so good. We'll never get over it. It's just amazing.
Now that you mention it...
Alright.
Yeah...
It's been a long time since I've really had a moment to myself. Other than when I go to bed, I'm always around Aspen or Juliet or the patrons at the library. That's not a big change in me. I'm noticing them more and more these days.
I'll check it out. Thanks. Maybe they'll have something that can help me find my person.
Aspen smiles, but it's a thin smile, like she's once again holding back from saying something. This time, however, she doesn't give me a chance to make her say it. Oh yeah, the game started with like way in the past, back when Miho was still just a normal fox. She met like a human that like talked to her and eventually gave her a scroll. She doesn't know what's written on the scroll, not only because she can't read it, but also because the language isn't really known to anyone since, you know, it seems to be maybe ancient Korean. But yeah, ever since she's turned into this, she's been traveling the world trying to find that human. She calls them traveler. But, you know, obviously, if that really was a human, they've been long dead by now. That's why, like, everyone is always a little weird when she brings them up, because she doesn't seem to realize that. But yeah, we'll see.
Perhaps, yes. Right, well, I need to get back to work. My break will be over soon. I just wanted to pick these up so I have something to read during any downtime at my shift. I'll see you this evening after I look up some reading resources. Tell Juliet I said hello.
I can't believe Miho will finally learn how to read.
Do. Bye!
With a smile, Aspen blows a kiss, then quickly spins around. She what now? She what now? Nice! With a smile, Aspen blows a kiss, then quickly spins around and heads out the door, leaving me standing about with the flyer in my hands. Thank you, Olivia. What good timing. Thank you so much. And thank you for the head pat, Zoe. Thank you. Without any patrons waiting around, I take a closer look at some of the artifacts on the pages. Most are cracked and worn with age, but still have a little color to them. A couple have writing on them that I can tell is a different language from the one I've been getting used to copying here. In a way, they seem kind of familiar. Not just familiar, but nostalgic. Like they're related to a memory that's just out of reach. I don't know if it'll bring me any answers, but maybe there'll be something interesting to see.
Hiya, I've got these to check out, please.
Back to work. I quickly tucked the pamphlet into one of my pockets, turning to greet the young boy eagerly waiting at the counter with several books to check out.
You got it!
I lift the first book off the stack and slowly begin my process. Maybe Aspen's lesson won't be so bad after all. Closing time finally comes around, the patrons slowly trickling out. Some of them linger for a while, making their final selections before bringing them up to the counter. Fortunately, Juliet's here to help me, or it'd take me all night to get through the line of people waiting.
Thank you very much, Miss Callahan. We'll see you next time.
Oh yeah, I love her voice, Juliet's voice. That's why I initially wanted to do her route, because her voice, like, I don't know, it's just so good. It's so smooth, it goes down so well. Just thinking about it makes me blush. It's not Miho love, though, haha.
Oh, Dottie. Glad to see you're still reading Pullman. Only one left to go in the series. Bye-bye, Abdul. Bye-bye, Jamar.
In the time it takes me to finish writing down one person's checkouts, Juliet can get through 5. She even knows everyone by name, as well as their reading habits. That always impresses me. How does she keep track of them all? Love the face, so cute. I guess this one counts, huh? We finally managed to get through everyone, a sigh of relief escaping as the last patron heads out. Thank you for the hydrate, Zoe. Cheers! To warm and comfy visual novels and tasty eggnog. Cheers! Good.
Oh, thank you.
My ears prick up. My ears prick up at the sound of Aspen's voice as the patron holds the door open for her.
Sorry, we're closed.
See, their banter is like amazing. Aspen hesitates for a moment as she walks up to the desk, but then she laughs.
You almost had me for a moment.
I collapse into my cushion while Juliet puts everything away under the desk.
Excellent work today, Miho. You're getting better and better.
Thank you, Mommy.
Am I? It doesn't really feel like it.
It can be hard to notice your own progress sometimes, but I promise it's there.
That is true. Like, noticing your own progress is so hard.
And it's only going to get better. Look what I brought.
She raps her knuckles against the pile of thin books she brought with her. There's also a small bag that rattles when she moves it.
Are those? Yes, they're the phonic books I said I'd bring by.
Phonics? Why, Miho? Have you decided to learn to read?
Oh.
Well, Aspen decided for me, but I guess so.
I pick up one of the books from Aspen's pile. The words on it are big and written in a very simple style, and so are the pictures that go along with it. I've spent enough time in the library now to recognize that these kind of books are meant for little kids. But I guess that's what I need, isn't it? It's embarrassing, but maybe I can just use that as motivation to learn faster. And if I end up hating it, I can just quit. Like always, I have the option of running away from something I don't like. Still holding the book, I look up to see Juliet and Aspen both watching me, waiting to see what I'll say. I take a deep breath and then smile.
So, how do I start?
Both of them break into a grin as well.
I have just the thing. Come with me.
She is so excited. She finally gets to teach her how to read. Aspen's so eager that she barely waits for Juliet and I to step out from the counter before leading us to a table beside the aisles of books. Guessing that I'll be there for a while, I pull up a seat while a curious Juliet hovers over my shoulder. She sits down and begins unpacking the bag she brought onto the table, turning out to be a bunch of pens and pencils. She hands me one before placing a small workbook in front of me. Thank you, Olivia. I'll check it out after the stream. Thank you for clipping. Thank you. I'm actually curious what it is gonna be now. I know what it is.
Let's start with the alphabet. Juliet, would you mind? Your handwriting is much better than mine.
Ah, gladly.
Realizing she's going to be a part of this, she quickly takes a seat to my other side and selects a sleek black pen. Opening the book, she brings her pen to one of the blank lines.
So, to begin with, this is the letter A.
The two of them take turns going through the different letters of the alphabet and showing me how to write them. Although I have a hard time remembering which is which, I pick up the writing part pretty fast, since I've had a lot of experience at work already. Each of them writes an example letter at the top of my paper first, before I take my turn to try it. Juliet's handwriting is very precise and clean, and reminds me of something you'd seen on an advertisement or book. Aspen's, on the other hand, is almost as messy as mine. Sometimes I'm not sure she's even writing the same letters as Juliet and I. After we get through the whole alphabet, they quiz me by holding up cards with different letters and asking me to name them. I get a lot of them wrong, but I do get a lot of them right, too. When Aspen finally calls it quits for the night, I'm a little bit disappointed.
So, how do you feel? I think you made very good progress for this being your first night.
It's interesting for me. I try to write very legible and kind of cutesy in a way. Like, people sometimes tell me they like my handwriting, but like I actually go out of my way to try and make it look appealing. But if I just have to really quickly jot something down, it's very scribbly too.
Indeed. You should be proud of yourself, Miho.
That indeed was very nice. I can keep a little smile off my face. Maybe I am a little proud.
It was more fun than I thought it'd be. It was tough at first, but I think I'm getting the hang of it.
She's so cute. I'm so proud of her for working so hard. She's amazing. Thank you for the hydrate. To Miho learning how to write the letter A. Cheers. Also, I guess that was a love ramble, huh? There we go. He's just so cute. This doesn't count. That's still the same. But she really is so cute. Hey, Starlight Glimmer. Thank you for the first time chat. And I've seen you followed me yesterday. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thanks to effusive forms from my sub-gift. Rotsuk one dance, 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 Rotsuk one dance.
Rotsuk one dance, Rotsuk one dance, Rotsuk one dance. I don't know, cheesy, but thank you for the resub. Hey, 6 months. Happy half a year anniversary. Oh my god. It's really been 6 months. Let me look up when I made affiliate. Cause now I'm curious. Alright, affiliate was June 13. So June 13, so July, August, September, October, November, December. Okay. So my actual half year affiliate anniversary is gonna be in 4 days. Oh my god. 4 days, holy shit. I should do something special about it, right? Half a year is pretty wild. Oh, no worries, Starlight Glimmer, no worries. Also, good seeing you here. I'm really glad to see you here.
You certainly are.
Yes, if you work on it a little bit each night, I'm sure you'll make great progress.
Know you, Olivia. Know you. Thank you for head pat. Thank you, thank you. Also, every time I see your Twitter name, it is just so good. Like, I kind of like the taste of Pepto-Bismol, which sounds really weird, but it is kind of tasty in a way, right? So every time I see you on Twitter, I'm like reminded of that. The workbook that Aspen gave me already has a few pages complete because of how fast we were going.
Do you think I can learn to read by the end of this week?
The look that the two of them exchanged tells me my answer.
Well...
Not that quickly, I'm afraid. Even for the fastest learners, it still takes a few months to make much progress in reading. Going by how quickly you picked this much up, though, I think you'll do just fine.
Oh, I see.
Poor Miho. At least she doesn't have to learn how to read Japanese or something, right? English is pretty straightforward. I'd been expecting this to take a few nights at most, but months? That's a lot longer than I was anticipating. I must look disappointed because Aspen frowns and leans forward.
Don't worry, I'm sure that time will fly by. As long as you're getting a little better every day, you'll be able to notice the results soon. Here, why don't you try this?
Aspen gets up from the desk and maneuvers behind me, putting her hand on top of mine. Oh! Putting her hand on top of mine. It's a little shaky and I notice her face is red. As she makes a point not to look at me. Oh. I know, right, Zoe? She's been there a month now, right? So if she would have started on day 1, she'd be pretty far along already. But oh, they're so gay. I almost jerk it away out of instinct, but keep my cool instead. I'm not used to people touching me, but I know that with Aspen, it's just a friendly gesture. Yeah, alright, Olivia. Alright, alright.
Here, follow these lines.
the voice break. Nice. She gently guides my hand up and down across the paper, slowly forming the letters on the page with me. After 4 letters, she stops and scurries back to her chair. Juliet's snort of amusement from my side only confuses me further. Oh, she does not. Thank you for the hydrate. Cheers, Genpod, to lesbian hand touching. Cheers.
Can you read what that says?
4 letters. Oh, her name. Did she write Miho? Or Olive, yeah? I'm gonna say she wrote Miho. I look down. The word on the page looks familiar. I squeeze my eyes shut, picturing the cards that they were holding up and what each letter sounded like. Either love or Miho. I don't think she would like write love already though, so.
Me.
See?
Miho.
Oh, the sound of recognition was so cute. Oh, I love her. Yeah, I'm gonna add one to the counter. I looked down. Oh, I got so flustered I didn't realize I already read that. With a jolt, I realize it's my own name. Juliet and Aspen both clap excitedly, a blush forming on my cheeks.
Yes!
Let me see, Zoe. Yes, that's like exactly them.
You did it!
I still can't shake the feeling that it's kind of embarrassing to have them cheer me on for something so simple. Looking down at the paper with my name on it though, I have to smile a little too. Mwah. Thank you, Zoe. God, that redeem is getting a lot of views. This is the first time I've written my own name. Even if I did have Aspen's help, it's the first time I've read it myself too. I I stare at it intently, committing the shape of those letters and the motions to make them into my memory. I've used so many names in my life, but for some reason, this one feels a bit special. Just a bit, Miho, just a bit. Just for good measure, I write it down a few more times to practice. Each time, it gets a little bit less shaky and more legible.
Thank you. Seriously.
Aww. Even if this wasn't my idea to start with, it feels like a new milestone in my life already. The start of something else that's new. I can add that to my list.
It's our pleasure.
You know, right, Olivia? I had to mute the mic real quick a second ago because of it.
Right. Especially since, I did kind of force you into it.
For the better. You waited a month, Aspen. You waited a whole month before badgering her about it. That's like... You did well. You did well. Oh no, get fought. Oh no. Let me deactivate that. Thank you for letting me know. Channel points.
Rotsuk 1 Rave Ears, the game time.
Contribute to totem. Deactivated. Thank you. Fuse, thank you for the sub. Oh my god. Happy 6th month anniversary to you too. Congrats. Yay. The cold never dies.
It's okay. Turns out I need people to make me do stuff sometimes.
I'm the same. I can relate to Miho so well.
I'm certainly good at that. You'll have to wait until tomorrow for more, though. I've already stayed a bit too late as it is.
Oh, no worries, Fur. No worries. That's so cool. You're working on a new overlay, though. I should like update mine a bit too. I like working on these little things, like, you know, creativity is amazing. Oh, good luck. Good. Oh, wow, good luck. I cannot talk today. The eggnog is already getting to me. Good luck with your overlay. There we go.
Oh my, I hadn't even noticed the time. It sure did fly by, didn't it?
It's cute how they both had fun teaching Miho how to read. As she gets up to leave, Juliet and I take to our feet as well. Before realizing it, I let out a yawn.
I'll leave all this stuff with you, Miho, so you can study at your own pace. I'll try to come by at nights as well to help you practice.
Oh, she's so kind.
And you're always welcome to ask me for advice too.
Yes, Mommy.
Thanks. I'm gonna practice during work too, when I don't have anything else to do.
Like, the good thing is her work is basically practice, right? Since she needs to copy down the books and the names, everything she does will help her with learning how to read.
That sounds wonderful. Good night, you two. Thanks for having me over. Bye, Aspen.
Good night, Aspen. We'll see you soon.
Oh, you clipped the mummy? No! I see. I see. With her trademark smile and wave, Aspen leaves the library. The two of us watch her go as she heads out into the night's darkness outside.
I imagine you must be tired too, right?
Yeah. Now that you mention it, I really am.
My hands are sore from all the writing, and my palm is colored gray with smeared pencil lead and ink. Did someone teach this poor girl how to write, how to hold a pencil?
Can't believe that wore me out.
You had a full day of work, too. You should get some rest. I'll finish cleaning up and preparing for tomorrow.
Are you sure? I didn't really do many of my chores today.
Oh,
I'm certain. Go on, go to bed.
everyone is so nice to Miho. I love it. Secretly glad to be heading to bed rather than doing more work, I start to head out. As I look back, Juliet playfully waves me out of the room.
Good night. And thanks again.
Oh.
You're always welcome, Miho. Have a good night.
See, I love her voice. It is so calm and comforting. Mm. With a pause for another yawn, I stretch and head up the stairs. I'm going to sleep well tonight. As I lie in bed and wait for sleep to take me, I reflect on my day like always. Today was a good day. I accomplished a lot and I feel proud of myself. I can tell that Juliet and Aspen are proud of me too. That's taken some getting used to. It still weirds me out to think that people care about me, that they think of me even when I'm not around them. They're excited for me about things that don't affect them. It's weird, but in a good way. Now that I think about it, it's been a while since I had a bad day. The shock and uneasiness of having a safe place to live and a stable life have worn off, and my daily routine has become just that, routine. I thought I'd never get used to things like this, that they'd never be real for me. Well, turns out I was wrong. Rather than constantly overthink everything, I've gotten better at just going with the flow. I think that's something to be proud of, too. That's like something I really want to get better at, too. The whole just going with the flow as opposed to like think about things too much. Like, in the past, I used to get like anxious about everything, just worrying, overthinking. I had to like, I couldn't really say yes to spontaneous plans, which really like bothered me. But like lately, I've been getting much, much better at that, at just saying yes to things, just doing things, experiencing them instead of worrying, right? Because, even if it doesn't go well, at least I tried, at least I experienced it, right? As opposed to feeling regret forever. Yes, Fuse, exactly. Just do it. If you're waiting for a sign right now that you should do something, this is it. Just do it. Do it. Like, you know, even if it won't end up well, I think you would regret it more never even trying, right? Like, if you find it's not for you, then that's a valuable lesson too. Better than wondering what if and chasing the regret for the rest of your life. So just do it. Embrace chaos. That sounds very useful to just go with the flow, yeah. All right, Olivia, don't do it. Don't go to bed. You would regret going to bed. Rolling onto my side, I look around my room. It hasn't changed too much since I moved in, but it still feels distinctly mine. This isn't just a space that I happen to be in. Smiling, I close my eyes and roll onto my other side. Just when did I become so sentimental? Hard to say, but maybe that's okay too. I don't mind who I am right now, and my friends don't either. That's enough for me. With peaceful thoughts like that drifting through my mind, I also drift off to sleep. Ah, thank you, Olivia. Work's been quiet today, with only a handful of patrons coming in at all. The few still here keep to themselves, quietly reading and browsing the aisles. I'd normally be bored on a day like this. It's a good thing that I have something new to keep me occupied during my downtime then. A few of the worksheets and books that Aspen gave me yesterday are spread out on the desk, out of the way of our guests, but still where I can see them. Whenever I get a few minutes to myself, I practice writing letters or memorizing their sounds. When I have to write down titles that are being checked out, I pay more attention to what exactly I'm writing. I'm pleased to notice that it goes faster now than it did before. I still have a long way to go, but I can feel myself making progress with every word I finish. That sense of pride helps me motivate me to keep trying. Even when I'm away from the desk, tidying things up or putting books away, I try to think about letters and words. It's nice to have something to focus on rather than just trying to find ways to fill the hours. What's a good thing about learning how to read is you see it everywhere, right? Especially in a library, but even just out and about, wherever you look, you're bound to find some letters, a word, some writing, a street sign, an advertisement, once you start learning how to read, you get exposed to it everywhere, right? Cheers, Zoe, to how to learn to read. Cheers. Just as I settle back down to work after a quick lunch, I wonder what she had for lunch. Juliet comes down from her room with a folded parasol in hand. With a calm nod of greeting, she walks up and joins me behind the desk. What's a parasol like? What is a parasol? Because when I saw the word, I thought umbrella for the sun. It is an umbrella for the sun. I am so smart. See, just like Miho.
Hey, you're up early.
Yes, I had some daylight errands to attend to. How are you doing, Miho?
Mermaid. And our chat is being nice, teaching me like Juliet and Aspen teach Miho.
Great! Check it out.
I need to listen to that again. Okay.
Great! Check it out.
Check it out. She's so cute. Oh my god.
Great! Check it out.
I love her. All right. I'm gonna add to the counter. Yeah. New sound alert. Oh, I love that. Yeah, let me mark that in the VOD so I'll remember. What could I make it though? A follow? Or maybe just an actual redeem?
Great! Check it out.
Check it out. Yeah, I did, Olivia. I did. Yeah, I think it might make a good follow. Thank you for the idea. I love it. Thank you for... Check it out. Thank you, Zoe. I show her one of my worksheets, which was really just a blank piece of paper. On it, I've written my name over and over to practice. great, and shoutouts. Yeah, that's great. I love that. That's a really good idea. The first few? Okay, most of them are fairly messy. Oh, I get it. The first few? Okay, most of them are fairly messy. I think I get the hang of it by the end of the page though, and those ones are more legible. She's so proud she can write her name now. I offer the paper to Juliet, who looks it over with a smile.
Great job! I'm very proud of you.
I don't know why, but this makes me feel so warm and fuzzy inside. Just that they're so patient with her, right? Like, she's this full-grown, adult, hundreds of years old woman who doesn't know how to read, and they're so encouraging and kind and patient, and it makes me want to cry. Holy shit. I don't know, it's just really beautiful. It's really heartwarming. I like kindness. Alright, cheers to kindness, cause there needs to be more of it in the world. Cheers! Sippy sippy.
Thanks. I'm proud of me too. What kind of errands are you running? Need any help?
I'm proud of me too. I love her.
Not this time. I'm just making a couple deliveries that can't wait until the evening. Will you be alright here by yourself?
Yep. I think I've got the hang of everything by now.
I'm pretty used to handling my duties on my own. If there ever was a problem, it wouldn't be hard to go find Juliet to get her help. That hasn't happened yet, thankfully.
Excellent. I know I've said it before, but you've been a great help around the library. I appreciate your hard work.
Oh, it's not that hard. Besides, it gives me something to do.
That's nice to hear. Don't forget to take some time for yourself, and have fun every now and then, though.
I think that's some advice that Juliet herself should follow more often, but I keep that opinion to myself.
I will. Actually, I'm going to the museum after this. Aspen told me there's an exhibit all about Korea going on there. So, I'm hoping maybe I'll learn something useful.
Oh, Magnum, I love ice cream too. I can't really have much because I can't really have carbs. But Costco makes this keto ice cream that's basically a Magnum. You know, it has like the vanilla or something inside, and then like a hard chocolate shell. Yeah, it reminds me a lot of Magnum, but I can actually eat it, and it makes me happy.
Useful?
Yeah, like about my person.
Oh, I see.
Juliet gives me the same small smile that Aspen did when I mentioned my person yesterday. I know they think it's probably hopeless, but I can't give up. I don't understand how they don't understand, since both of them always talk about caring for those close to you and making lasting bonds. Still, Aspen and Juliet have both done too much for me to hold that against them.
Well, I wish you the very best of luck. You know you can always ask me for help if you need any.
I know. Thanks.
Hey, Lek, that depends. I cried a little earlier about the game. Does that count as winning? Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I don't want to tell her that the person is very likely dead.
Anytime. I'm going to head out now, but I'll make sure to come back early enough for you to go to Te Papa.
Sounds good. I'll keep studying and working until then. Bye!
Goodbye, Miho.
Oh, what a cute parasol. As Juliet goes out the front door, she pops her parasol open to protect her from the sun, then strolls out and joins the day's crowds. I stare at the now closed door, thinking, I wonder if either Aspen or Juliet have ever felt the same way about someone as I have about my person. It's a hard feeling to describe. It's something warm. I may have forgotten a lot over the years, but I've never forgotten their face, or voice, or the way they smelled, like charcoal and paint. All those things are too important to forget. It's kept me going my whole life, been my entire reason for existence, at least until arriving in Wellington anyway. Even with my new life here, I can't just abandon my old one. Not entirely. Girl, how has this been your entire reason for existence, and in hundreds of years, you still haven't even found out what's written on the scroll? You could have tried harder. A little bit. Thank you for the hydrate redeem, Zoe. To finding your person. Cheers. A crispy rat? Why? Because it smelled like charcoal? Maybe they just don't know how much it means to me. I couldn't blame them, since I've taught them all about how little I cared about everything else. Maybe they think it's like a hobby. Something to pursue when I have nothing else to do. Oh, charcoal and paint. Damn, that does sound like a crispy rat. But even here in the library, surrounded by friends and busying myself with my job, not a day goes by where I don't think of that forest back in Korea and my person. It's okay if Aspen and Juliet don't understand. They don't need to. It's important to me. And that's all that matters. So far, they've supported me in whatever I do. She doesn't realize why they're being weird about it. Like, they want to protect her from the knowledge that the person is very likely dead. Oh, there's gonna be some heartbreak in the future, Miho. I'm not sure if Rocklet uses spray paint, but yeah, for that one picture that I drew, cause that seemed kinda cool. But I wouldn't go as far and say it's like her main media. It's just, you know, I needed a way to represent artistry, and that did pretty well. But like, I wouldn't want to limit her to only spray paint. In fact, when I think about those two, I feel a similar way as when I think about my person. That warm, safe feeling. It's not exactly the same, but it's close. I don't think that's a coincidence. There have been lots of new feelings that I don't quite have words for, like so many other parts of myself. I'm still figuring them out. It's love, Miho. It's called love. That may take time, but I have plenty of it. Realizing that I've zoned out, I pull myself away from my thoughts and get back to focusing on work and studying. I may have lots of time, but I need to make sure I use it well. Only an hour or two later, I look up from my work to see Juliet returning from her errands. Holding up her parasol, she soon joins me at the front desk again.
Hello again, Miho. I tried to hurry back so you'd have plenty of time at the museum.
Thank you for the head pat, Lillian. Thank you. And hydrate. Some more eggnog. Yay. Cheers. to a beautiful Friday night.
You can go ahead and head off. I can handle the library for the rest of the day.
Cool, thanks. I tried to clean up and do as much as I could before you got back.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Enjoy yourself. You'll have to tell me all about it when you get back.
Will do.
I put away my study materials in my room and then with a big thumbs up to Juliet, leave the library.
Fresh air again.
Since I've been spending so much time inside since I started working, my walks and time outside are more refreshing than they used to be. The birds singing sound prettier, the scent of food wafting up from town smells tastier, and I'll bet even the grass would feel softer if I was in my fox form to feel it. It's been a long time since I've transformed now that I think about it. I need to stay focused for today though. With the museum as the only thing on my mind, I pick up my pace as I walk into Wellington, heading along the now familiar streets. I pass by the bell house and glance inside, but I don't see Aspen. She mentioned she'd be working late today, so she must be in the back or maybe on a break. I follow the directions she gave me yesterday until I reach the building that has to be my destination. It's big, with parts that go off in all different directions. Near the front, there are two sections flanking the entrance. One is round and tan, while the other is made of a darker stone and looks more blocky. It's a bit intimidating, but seeing a few people heading in and out is reassuring. Taking a breath to steady myself, I stride on up. The entrance has a huge glass ceiling. Sorry, let me try that again. The entrance has a huge glass ceiling with glass doors that slide open when I approach them. I don't even have to pay or sneak in.
Whoa.
The moment I step inside, I can safely say that I've never been in a place like this before. It looked big from the outside, but from the inside, it's huge.
How am I gonna find the crane exhibit?
I don't even know where to look first. Different paths lead to different types of displays, and I can see floors and elevators going all the way to the top. A family walks by me, following a big arrow that points deeper into the building. Without any better ideas, I decide to take the same route. I'm sure I could ask someone where the exhibit is, but I look around on my own first. If I can't find it for a while, then I'll ask for help. See, she's just like me. She's completely like me. I start to wander about once inside, looking for anything that I might recognize from Korea. To my surprise, there's plenty of other exhibits that also end up catching my eye. How is that a +1? How is that a +1? I just said she's like me. She is like me. I do the same. I need to try to find it myself before I try talking to someone and ask for directions. Alright, let me refill my glass. Alright, to confusing museums. Cheers! In one section, a variety of sea life, fish, turtles and others hang from wires above everything else. They look so lifelike that I think they're real animals at first, but after staring closely, I can see that they're just models. Another part of the museum is filled with skeletons of what look like giant monsters. I can't even imagine what kind of creatures they once were. Maybe dragons? Spotting a panel with some illustrations, I skip over for a quick look. They aren't dragons, but they look awfully close. I've only seen a dragon once or twice in my life, but I've never seen one of these. Other sections are dedicated to human and fabled civilizations. There are recreations of old human houses, as well as diagrams showing fairy homes and werewolf dens, plus plenty of others. A tour guide talks to a small group as I walk around, explaining this and that. I go slower through this part, feeling a little nostalgic. I even recognize some of the human technology and knickknacks from long ago. I had no idea they were old enough to be part of a museum now. Well, to be fair, mijo, technology I grew up with 20 years ago probably belongs in a museum now. There's even a big memorial to the war, showing humans and fabled fighting against one another. At the front is a painting of when the peace treaty was signed, which was the start of humanity and the fabled coexisting. Oh, Olivia, that's psychic damage there. Ouch. I was around back then, but I stayed out of it, just like I stayed out of most things. Honestly, the history doesn't interest me too much, but I'm sure Juliet would love to see this. I'm sure she already has at some point. Just when I'm thinking about giving up and asking for help, I finally find what I'm looking for. A large banner with some text that I recognize as Hangul. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. Let me actually Google how to pronounce that. I'm gonna Wikipedia. Don't disappoint me. How to pronounce
Hangul, Korean.
Hangul. Okay. I didn't. I know of Golden Sun, but I never played it. A large banner with some text that I recognize as Hangul, the Korean writing system, is hanging over a number of display cases and tabletop exhibits. I hurry over to get a closer look. It's quieter up here than it was on some of the lower floors. I'm able to take my time browsing without feeling like I'm getting in anyone's way. At the same time, my heart starts to beat faster with anticipation. I may not know what I'm searching for, but I'm sure I'll know it when I see it. I start at the entrance and slowly make my way through. The first section is full of pottery and carvings, like from the brochure Aspen gave me. There are little animals and people carved out of stone, and even a few made of metal. A number of clay pots and vases sit on pedestal next to them. Most are cracked or damaged, but some look as good as new. Oh, Golden Sun was one of your most favorite childhood games. Interesting. Oh, maybe I should play it then, yeah. Ah, yeah, I can check it out after Persona 5. Moving on to the next part, there are a few intricate looking outfits adorning mannequins. Some are just pants and a jacket, but most are vividly colored dresses that hang to the floor. I can almost feel the delicate silk in my hands. If I was still a thief, I bet these would sell for a lot. After the clothes are paintings. Tigers and birds are common subjects, but so are people and cities too. Others feature gorgeous landscapes and flowers. I've never been a big fan of art, but somehow these are different. Looking at them doesn't make me sad, but it does make me feel something, like I'm wanting something I can't have. That sounds like a very familiar feeling. I get that a lot. Looking at art, not just art, but also landscape photos and stuff. Yeah, I'm super, super excited to play Persona 5. I can't wait. It's definitely going to be the next big game I start on the channel here. Suddenly, it comes to me. A feeling I've heard about, but that I don't think I've experienced before. Homesickness. Oh, that's so sad. Oh. 2. Homesickness. Aw, cheers. I may be a little homesick, but at least I have tasty eggnog, a wonderful visual novel, and amazing people in chat. Why +1? I didn't even say anything about how much I love her. That was not a +1. Painting of a green forest could be the one where I was born. I passed through towns that looked like those in the paintings and hid from humans who looked like the ones shown inside them. Not all the memories are good, but they're mine. There's not much that I can relate to nowadays in terms of people or places. I have friends now, sure, but I don't have much in common with them. That's never mattered before, but now? I wish I could reach out and touch the paintings before me just to feel something from the same era as me. Of course, they're behind ropes, which keep me well back. I know, right? I'm trying to not get emotional. It's kind of hard. I reluctantly start to move on again. Just as I do, a certain painting catches my eye. It's small and displayed out of the way in a corner, as if nobody thought it was that important. The edges are jagged and torn, but the crucial part is still there. On one side, there's a fox, surrounded by trees and leaves. Its fur is a different color than mine, but it's still clearly a fox. Just across from it is a human-like figure. She's dressed in an outfit similar to the ones I was just admiring, but that's not what stands out the most to me. On her head are 2 pointy ears and several long bushy tails peek out from the bottom of her dress. When I look at the fox again, I notice that it also has more than one tail. I breathe in deeply, as if I could inhale the scent of the forest just from this artwork. Another Gumiho? I take in all the details I can. She's smiling, but a sharp fang makes her smile look sinister. The hand at her side has long claws instead of regular fingernails. Claws that are clearly meant for ripping. Whatever she's looking and smiling at is missing, being part of the torn section. There's just a small part that remains, a pair of boots on the ground, surrounded by the edge of what must be a pool of blood. Only then do I notice the blood around her lips and on the ground beneath her claws. And then, the unmistakable bone-white bead hanging from a string around her neck. It's glowing like the moon. I instinctively raise a hand to my neck, feeling my own beat. It's reassuringly warm to the touch. Somehow, I get the feeling that the one in the painting would be ice cold. This portrait of a gumiho leaves me conflicted. There's the same longing I felt looking at the painting of the forest, but those claws and the blood, those feel foreign and detached. Is this how most people view gumiho? It would explain the fear and terror that seemed to follow me wherever I went when I was younger, the curses and threats from farmers and townsfolk whenever they saw me. It wasn't until after the war, when the fabled became more common in human lands, that I felt comfortable without my ears and tail hidden. Even then, I'd sometimes get dirty looks just for existing. The threats were usually reserved for when I got caught stealing. Still, I've never been like the gumiho in the painting. Stealing is one thing, but hurting someone? That just isn't me. I wish I'd been able to explain that to them. I wonder how different my life would have been. I tear my eyes away from the painting, but I know I'll be thinking about it for a long time to come. There's no point dwelling on what could have been. I passed through the rest of the Korean exhibit quickly, barely glancing at the artifacts that I haven't seen yet. It isn't until I've nearly left the gallery that I see something that makes me pause again. In a small and unremarkable display case among many others, there are a number of delicate scrolls. On each one, a few old-style Korean characters are written. I don't think they're Hangul. Is that how you pronounce it? How did I already forget?
Hangul, Korean.
Hangul. Okay. Hangul. Thank you for being patient with me not knowing how to pronounce things. I don't think they're Hangul, but I don't know what they're called. They do look familiar though. I left my own scroll back at home for safekeeping, but I don't need it with me to compare. The sweep of the brush strokes, the shape of the characters, the shade of the ink. Closing my eyes and breathing in deeply, I swear I can smell them. My person. I press my hand against the glass. This is the closest I've been in hundreds of years. After centuries of looking, I finally...
Hey, no touching!
I leap backwards as someone shouts. I look around and see a middle-aged woman wearing a badge and museum t-shirt stalking towards me angrily. The instincts I thought I'd buried kick in. It's time to run! Backing up, I look around for a getaway route, but there isn't one. I'm surrounded on almost all sides by cases. The only open direction is the one the attendant is approaching from. Think, Miho, think! There has to be a way out of this. Could I jump over this display? No, they're way too tall. Maybe if I transformed, I could get past the attendant. I have no idea how to navigate this building though, and being a fox would attract way too much attention in a place like this. If I wait for them to get close, then I could probably run right past them like the security guard when I first arrived in Wellington. Heart racing, my panic must show on my face because they stop a couple meters away from me, frowning.
Hey, it's not that big a deal. Just please keep your hands off in the future.
Oh, she panicked so hard for like no real reason. She has a lot of trauma, huh? With a shrug, they turn around, leaving me alone. That's it? My hands are shaking as I watch them retreat, expecting them to snap around and come after me. Of course, that doesn't happen, and I'm very slowly able to relax. All I'm left feeling afterwards is a lot of embarrassment. Looking around me, I'm glad that there aren't many people in this area. Nobody's looking at me either, whether out of politeness or because I just didn't notice. Cheers to poor, scared Miho. Cheers. Hey Scotspots, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. I sigh. Maybe it was silly of me to think that I could change myself entirely in such a short time. Considering I just been remembering the old days and all the abuse that I went through from humans, it makes some sense. After I settle myself down a little, I turn my attention back to what's really important. While I know that these scrolls have to be from my person, they don't help me much on their own. There's a little card in one corner of the case, covered in text. Oh, thank you, Scots. That's so kind of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. It's such a comfy game. Like, I really, really like it. It's so good. It makes me feel a lot of things. My heart feels very warm. It might have something useful written on it, but that doesn't do me any good. I considered trying to copy it all down to have Aspen or Juliet read it to me later, but there's so many words that I'm not sure I could get them all. Someone needs to get her a smartphone so she can take photos. Olivia, no, I'm pretty sure it's the game too. A little bit of both, a little bit of both. I go looking over at the museum attendant who I was so scared of just a moment ago. I do have one option. Is she gonna ask the attendant? Oh. Summoning all my courage, I approach them slowly. They're just a regular person, I remind myself, like Aspen or Juliet, or even like me now, just doing their job.
Excuse me?
I hope that's polite enough. As she looks over to me, her face doesn't look annoyed, more bored.
Can I help you? I'm sorry for touching the glass. I was wondering if you could tell me a bit about those papers, like who wrote them.
Oh, she's good at this. She's a good human. Also, the museum attendant bubble. It looks like I'm saying it on the stream.
Like I said, it's no big deal. It's just a safety precaution so nothing gets damaged. Anyway, there's an informational plaque in the corner. It should have all those details.
Oh, Mia. You need to tell her you don't read. Would they even believe me if I said I can't read? I worry that might make me even more suspicious.
Can't see very well, and the words are so small. Can you read it for me?
Oh, that's a really good out. That was really clever. See, she's not only cute and pretty, but also clever. Yeah, I'm gonna add one to the counter. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that was definitely one. Aww. Charisma check successful.
Oh, sure. Let's see.
That was almost too easy. They don't question or analyze me at all. Simply walking over and leaning in next to me.
Says here these were some of the first works by a calligrapher whose name was Jong-in in the 17th century. They were a scholar who lived in Korea and...
The attendant keeps reading, but I'm not listening. I've already gotten what I came for. A name. 17th century? What was that, like? I never know. It's like 17th century is 1600s? Or is it 1800s? 17th century. Yeah, it's 1600s. Okay, so let's say 1620, 1720, 1820, 1920, 2020. So that makes her about 400 years old, huh? That tracks. God, do I need to listen to the name again before I can repeat it.
Says here these were some of the first works by a calligrapher whose name was Jong-in in the 17th century.
Jong-in.
They were a scholar who lived in Korea and...
Jong-in. For the first time, I have something to call them. Something that's unmistakably theirs. I pretend to listen to the rest of what's being read out loud and thank the person on autopilot when they're done. My head's not here in the present moment. It's back in the forest where I was born.
정인.
Once they walked away, I say it out loud, trying out how it sounds. I think it fits them.
정인. 정인.
I say it over and over again, making sure I'll never forget. Finally, I have something to go off. Feeling a little bit dazed from the enormity of the moment, I find my way downstairs and wander out of the museum. I can't wait to tell Juliet and Aspen. You know, it's kind of a big leap, right? Like, yeah, she remembers the person smelled of paint, which, you know, I guess that makes sense if they were a calligrapher. But, like, she's so sure that was the person she met. Like, there might have been other calligraphers, right, in Korea? So, you know, it's kind of a big leap to make, but maybe. I'm so excited that I end up missing my turn to take me back to the library. Lost in my thoughts about what will happen when I get there instead. She's so excited. It is so cute. I don't even realize that I've zoned out until I reach the edge of Mount Victoria, right where the city streets turn into parkland. Oh, charcoal for the ink. Alright. Okay, that makes... Alright. I'll accept that. That makes sense. Or like, especially back then when she wasn't human yet, right? I assume the smell was even stronger of a sense, cause, you know, she says when she's in fox form, her brain works different than when in human form. So, you know, that makes sense that she would remember the smell and stuff that well from back then when she was a fox. Alright, I'll accept that that was really her person.
Oops. Good thing I can find my way back from here.
I'm still within the area that I've visited before, so I'll be able to use the mountain as a landmark to find my way back. I hum to myself as I turn back, head abuzz with pleasant thoughts. She's so cute. If I give Juliet my person's name, I'm sure she can help me track them down. That's what she specializes in, after all. Ouch. Yeah, I kinda got a bad feeling too. And I'm sure Aspen will want to hear all about their life too. She loves stories, and I'm sure Jong-in will have a ton. Okay, so I think that's the bad feeling. She's gonna find out they died a long time ago. I'm not sure how they'll feel about seeing me again, Ouch. I doubt they ever expected it to happen. Cheers to long dead friends. Cheers. They'll definitely be surprised that I'm not just the fox they met back then, but a person now. I have a feeling they'll at least be as glad as I am. I may be halfway home before I realize that I'm not alone. Okay, maybe there was a more immediate bad feeling. The prickling sensation on the back of my neck is unmistakable. My instincts are telling me that someone else is nearby. I'm still near the mountain, but it's practically empty here. I can hear the sounds of other people in the distance, but they're all hidden by the trees and hills. I whip my head back and forth, but try as I might, I can't work out where they are. It's a strange and disconcerting feeling, given how easily I can pick up even the smallest animals. Then, from the corner of my eye, I spot a bush slightly shuffling. Just as I turn to take a proper look, the silver fox I saw the other day steps out of it.
Oh, it's just you.
I start to bend down and reach out a hand, like I would to pet a dog. Oh, like I would to a pet dog, but hesitate. I know from experience that a fox wouldn't respond to that. I'm surprised she hasn't run away already. That's what I would have done. She stares at me without the slightest movement, her eyes locked on mine. My heart jumps as the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Something is off. Ah! Then, without taking her eyes off of me, she starts to transform. You know, the first time we ran into the fox, I was a little sus too. That explains everything. Oh. I barely have time to be shocked as her arms and legs get longer and her fur retracts, head shrinking and changing into something more human-like. For the first time in my life, I'm face to face with another Gumiho. My throat tightens and goes dry, my vision narrows and my ears start ringing in shock. It's as if all the world has fallen away, except for me and her. The silver and black clothes she's wearing seem to shimmer in the moonlight, like the skin of a snake waiting to strike. Hanging loosely on her frame, the wrapped fabrics around her body and face make her appear almost formless. Her only accessory is a bracelet around her wrist. It's a plain leather band, but a shining white bead is held in the middle by another loop of leather. I recognize that bead. I have one just like it. Well, almost like it. Whereas mine is a duller, milky color, hers is so bright that it almost hurts to look at. The soft blue glow around it reminds me of the full moon. It's almost like she stepped out of the painting I just saw at the museum. The contrast between the two, amazing. A shawl covers most of her face, but her hair and eyes are still visible, those intense eyes. Her gaze reminds me of steel. While they're the same shape as mine, they're sharper, angrier, crueler. She haughtily tosses her long, flowing hair back as she takes a step towards me. I skip back, keeping the distance between us. When I lived in the forest, I knew to flee when I met a predator stronger than I was. Better to get away alive than risk my life for pride. My survival instinct tells me that this is one of those times. The other Gumiho laughs, but there's no humor in it. Sharp and hollow, it only makes me more uneasy.
So, the human pet still knows when to run. The human... What?
She's not wrong.
Pet. I've been watching you for a while. Ever since you came to this place, actually.
Damn, she like spat that pet. That was... wow.
Watched you demean and domesticate yourself for the sake of humans. It's pathetic. When you first arrived, I was hopeful that we might be alike. Optimistic, even. I was a fool.
Hey, don't kink shame.
I see you now for what you are. Nothing better than a dog, begging for its master's affection and table scraps.
What did I just say? No kink shaming.
We are not the same. We are nothing alike.
Her words hang in the air, poisoning my good mood from just moments ago. My first instinct is to run away, as usual. Something stops me, though. I'm entranced. The novelty of this experience, of finally meeting another Gumiho, keeps me rooted in place despite my fear. No matter what she's like, this is the closest I've ever been to someone like me. I swallow the lump in my throat and hope that my voice doesn't shake as much as I think it will.
So what? Did you ambush me just to say that?
Oh, she tries to be cool. So hard.
Ambush? You should have known weeks ago that I was following you. But I repeat myself. You've numbed yourself to your instincts and your potential. I saw you in that place of memories, saw you gaze upon the portrait of one of our sisters. I hope that you would open your eyes, as you haven't before. It pains me to see your existence do disservice to our very kind. Now that you have seen what you could and should be, perhaps you can still change yourself, dog. Sharpen your teeth and claws once more.
But that's what she's doing. She is changing herself. She's changing to a person. She's finding happiness.
These creatures that you bind yourself to, those human and those not, they are but shackles, slowly squeezing away that which is wild and free in you. Do not mistake my words for sympathy or pity. I would see you gone from this place. But so long as you remain, your presence is an eyesore. It pains me to witness.
Oh, don't look at me then.
Thus, I will do what I must to cure it, as unpleasant a task as it may be. You will never be one of them, no matter how much you might crave it. Better to embrace what you are and can be. Anything else is a waste of your abilities.
She studies me for a moment longer and then turns away. I feel like I should say something, but I can't find the words. Whether from shock or fear, I'm too dazed to do so much as stammer out a denial. Her clothes melt away into silver fur as she transforms back into a fox. I reach out to stop her, but she flits off and disappears into the darkness without a moment's hesitation. The world around me rushes back in, my skin suddenly feeling cold in the night air. The rush of emotions going through my head evaporates, and the adrenaline that was running through me ebbs away. I'm left just standing there, alone. Closing my eyes, I muster the strength that I haven't tapped into weeks. My beat warms itself as I transform, my body following the same motion as the other Gumihos. I tried to start chasing her, but my first steps on 4 legs are shaky. I've grown unfamiliar with this form, almost stumbling over just trying to move. Maybe there's a bit of truth in what she said. I take a few more steps towards the brush, but soon give up. Even if I caught up with her, what would I say? What would I do? I'd only make a fool of myself. There's a scent on the wind that I couldn't notice as human, but it is unmissable as a fox. I recognize it immediately. From a long time ago, on one of my first mornings here, when I first woke from my den near the mountain and stepped outside and knew that someone had been there. It was her. She really was following me from the beginning. For a long moment, I watched the place where she disappeared, then I transformed back. I don't really feel like a fox right now. I don't know what I'm feeling. Some of what she said is true. I haven't used any of my talent in a long time. My clumsiness when I'm in my fox form, my own original body, is a reminder of that. But as for degrading myself for the sake of others, that doesn't feel true. I've spent my entire life living free and for only myself. It's always been my choice to remain here and to not be forgotten. So, why do her words sting so much? If I was totally confident in my decision, then they shouldn't bother me, right? Maybe I've forgotten more of myself than I know. Painting at the museum and the other Gumiho herself both prove that there's something different about me. Something that must come easily to everyone else. The same way all the aspects of daily life at home don't come easily to me either. I feel disconnected, torn between two worlds that I barely know, but can't help being drawn to. Where do I fit in? Where do I belong? I know that Juliet and Aspen would say, but does that make it true? Their home hasn't been my home for long. I've been a thief and a liar for so much longer than I've been whatever I am now. Without anything else to gain out here, I slowly start to make my way back home again. The excitement I felt about telling Juliet and Aspen everything I found at the museum has vanished. It'll have to wait for another time. After a quiet walk through the empty streets to the library, I quietly slink inside, trying to keep Juliet from noticing. I just don't feel like talking right now. It seems to work. I can hear her bustling around somewhere, but she doesn't call out to me when I come in. Without a word, I ascend the stairs to my room as quickly and quietly as I can and climb under the covers. It's far too early to go to bed, but I don't know what else to do. If I'm awake, my thoughts will only be a bother. Better to sleep it off and hope that I feel better in the morning. Ain't that a big mood, Miho? Thank you for the hydrate, Olivia. Here's to having your new life invalidated by an other of your own. Cheers. Man, I teared up a little bit. I don't know if you could hear it in my voice, but yeah. Cheers. I mean, last she saw Juliet was like at Feierabend, right? So probably like 5 p.m. And last she saw Aspen was at noon. So she still has some time. And Aspen usually comes around for breakfast. So if she comes around for breakfast again, it shouldn't be a problem. Alright. I'm getting into a better mood. No, the Aspen comes by in the morning, so that's why I assume. Stretching. Make sure you all are stretching too. Posture check. This was such sad stuff. Make sure you're not a shrimp. Stay hydrated. Stretch. Okay. Yesterday's events, both the good and bad, linger in my mind while I perform my usual routine of tossing and turning in bed before I get up. She really is just like me. Now that the shock's worn off, I feel a little better about what's happened. I wonder if I'll have forgotten all about the other Gumiho by the end of today. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Will she remember her? Oh, poor. Yeah. In fact, now that I think about it, it's possible I had met other Gumiho before and just forgot about them. Everyone forgets meeting me, so maybe it works in reverse too. Rather than dwell on the idea, I choose to ignore it. There's no way to know, I just drive myself crazy wondering. Instead, I keep myself busy by making myself more presentable for work. So, we know that Aspen didn't forget because she wrote her first encounter down, right? So, just start keeping a journal, Miho. Instead, I keep myself busy by making myself more presentable for work. She wants to look cute. Oh, look at the pose. She's really, really cute. Heading into the bathroom, I clean myself up using the soaps and shampoos given to me by Juliet. She's helped me so much ever since I started working here. Indeed, cute for her girlfriend. And yeah, maybe another reason to speedrun how to write and read. Looking into the mirror for one final check before I head downstairs for breakfast, I can't help but think of what the other Gumiho said. How I've domesticated myself. My spotless face looks back at me, framed by fluffy and pampered hair. I can't deny that I've let myself be spoiled by others, content to just go along for the ride. It's nice getting spoiled sometimes.
Snap out of it, Miho.
I lightly pat my face, like I've seen Aspen do sometimes when she's getting ready to start her own job. I'm not sure what it's supposed to accomplish, but it makes me feel a bit more confident. Heading downstairs, I'm treated to the familiar scent of fresh cut fruit and flying eggs. Flying? Did I say flying? I'm too flustered. Here's to flying eggs. Cheers. Alright, let's try that again. Heading downstairs, I'm treated to the familiar scent of fresh cut fruit and frying eggs, as well as the pleasant sound of Aspen and Juliet chatting about books. When I enter the kitchen, I'm greeted with two smiles.
Morning, Miho.
Good morning. Good morning. Breakfast will be ready soon.
I will never in my entire life get over Juliet's voice. It is so good. Oh, Callisto, hi! Good seeing you. I hope you're having a good Friday night. You just missed so much story stuff that happened. And me crying over it a little bit. Don't tell anyone. Thank you, Callisto. Yeah, it was fun working on it.
Cool.
I slide into my usual spot at the table and grab some apple slices, munching on those while waiting for the other two to go back to their conversation. Instead, both of them look at me expectantly.
So, how'd it go?
Oh, okay, I'm glad you were lurking.
The museum? Of course. What else?
Was everything all right? When I didn't hear from you last night, I was fearing the worst.
Oh, nah. It was fine. They even had what I was looking for. There were some more scrolls by my person.
There's a loud clatter as Aspen drops her fork in surprise. Even Juliet's eyes go wide with genuine shock.
There were?
Are you sure it was them?
Yup, definitely. I'd recognize that style anywhere. I learned a lot about them.
You learned their name, Miho. You didn't listen to anything else. You learned their name. Oh, she's so cute.
Their name is Chongin, and they're a scholar. I don't know what they study, though. The museum person didn't say.
Or maybe you didn't listen. For a long moment, there's silence, other than the sound of eggs sizzling in the pan. Both my friends just stare at me, dumbstruck.
What? What are those looks for?
You seem awfully calm.
Yeah, she still doesn't get it. Does she know that humans die? Like, maybe no one told her, right?
I assumed you must not have found anything, or you'd have been back immediately.
Yeah, well, there was some other stuff that happened too. I'll tell you about it some other time.
It's tempting to tell them about the Gumiho, if only because I know they'd reassure me about everything she said. But that's why I can't tell them. Not yet. In a way, I'd just be proving her right.
Well, alright.
We'll be here whenever you need us.
Thanks. Is breakfast ready?
Yes, just now. Here you go.
She really is just like me. Like, oh, alright, enough about that, where's my food? Juliet fills our plates and takes her seat, and we all dig in. It's a quieter meal than usual, with only the sounds of chewing and silverware scraping against the dishes. I feel like Aspen and Juliet are having a conversation in their silence. Of course they'd expect more from me. I'd expect more from me too. And right after leaving the museum, I was that excited. I am still excited, of course. It's just been tempered a little. I still plan to ask Aspen and Juliet to help me get in touch with Chongyi. But I want to wait until I can do it with a clear head. Once everyone's finished eating, I gather up the dirty dishes and take them to the sink, while Juliet washes the pans and Aspen wipes down the tables. Another routine morning.
I'll see you two later. Thanks for breakfast.
Bye, girlfriend.
My pleasure, as always.
And mine.
Bye!
With that, Aspen politely takes her leave and heads out the door. Juliet and I then go into the library, ready to start the day. Or end it, in her case. I head to my spot behind the front desk and begin getting everything ready. The checkout sheets, my pens and pencils, my study materials, and so on.
Are you all set, Miho?
Yep, I've got everything I need.
Wonderful. Well, I'll leave you to it then. Have a good day.
You too. Sleep well.
From the way Juliet lingers halfway between me and the stairs, I can tell she wants to say or ask something else. She thinks better of it, simply giving me a smile before heading up to her room. I whistle while I throw open the curtains and unlock the door. By the time I've returned to the counter, ready for the first patrons to arrive, I even manage a light melody. She's so cute. Oh, I really like her a lot. Not only because I can identify with her, but also, you've seen her? She is so cute. Yeah, I'll add one to the counter. Me too, like, I'm the biggest Miho simp ever. Oh yeah, I should name it Miho Gush instead of Miho Love. Miho Gush. There we go. As I realize it's cutting into there. Cutting into my squad donation. I'm gonna get down there. There. Okay, that looks pretty good. Maybe a little bit more to the right. Oh, no! Maybe there. Okay, alright, that's good. Alright. She is so cute. So that's still the same Gosh. That's still the same Gosh. But she is really, really precious. God, I hope she'll be happy. Like, the game is giving me kind of a possibly bittersweet, sad ending vibe. And Vermin, what an appropriate combination of emotes. Yeah, I know, me too. Like, oh, I want to draw her. As soon as I'm done with the game, I'm gonna draw so much fan art. Like, so good. Cheers. I've been practicing my whistling a lot lately as a way to spend time while alone. Aspen tried to show me how, but she's not very good at it either. I'm pretty sure I'm already better than she is. The sound of it reminds me of the birds back in my home forest. Cheers to cute girls whistling. Before long, patrons start to arrive, and I soon have a list of things to do. Books to check in and out, books to return, books to search for. It keeps me good and busy. The hours pass by in a blissful normalness, and I don't have a single thing to complain about. Alright, we haven't seen that map in a long time. Let me save. Save in here. Alright, looks like we could go visit our... We didn't even get her name, huh? The other Gumiho. Eight or nine? I didn't count, but it feels like 9. Y'all should take a shot every time I gush about Miho. How to get alcohol poisoning 1.0. Alright, we could go to Mount Victoria, Cuba Street, Botanical Garden, Bellhouse Cafe. I cannot go to the cafe. I miss Aspen already. Feels like 9, not none. An employee I don't recognize is working the counter today at the cafe. She asks for my name with a terse but polite smile and bags under her eyes. She must have come in early or something. Oh, poor innocent Miho. I mumble my name for her absent-mindedly and walk off to find a seat. Fairy kiss chiller for Mimo? Fairy kiss chiller for Mimo? I glance around, but everyone seems firmly situated with their drinks and phones, and not a soul stirs at the order being called. When my eyes sweep over the employee, she's desperately trying to lock eyes with me. Huh? Me? I'm Mimo? Feeling a little dazed, I take the drink from the employee and she thanks me and nods. Oh, this is my drink after all. Yeah, there's like smartphones and stuff. She just doesn't have one because A, she can't read, and B, she's a fox. I look at the unfamiliar letters on my cup that most assuredly say Mimo. Mimo. That's a new one. That felt like a very normal coffee shop experience. Yeah, I know, Olivia. Like, her owning a smartphone would solve a few problems. Hopefully, they'll get her one. Hopefully, once she can read, you know. But even then, right, you don't need to know that much reading. You know, they could show her, like, okay, here you take photos, and this button you look for porn. The two important things you need to know. It's a rainy Thursday morning, and the library is as dead as I've ever seen it. Even Aspen didn't come by this morning, simply because she didn't want to get soaked. We'll see each other later instead. Only patrons here are the ones who don't mind the weather, so I have to make sure they don't trip on any of the books. Before she went to bed for the day, Juliet left a bundle of towels near the door for anyone who needs one. At least it makes my work easier, and the slow day means I have extra time to study. I'm able to remember most of the letters by now, and even to read a few words. I haven't told Juliet or Aspen about my progress, because I want to surprise them with it later. After an hour or so, I set aside my pencil and gaze out the window with my chin resting on my palm.
Huh, it stopped.
It's still cloudy outside, but the worst of the rain seems to be over. I get up and walk to the window, looking around at the soggy view. Ew! I leap backwards in surprise as something suddenly splats against the glass in front of me.
Whoa!
At first it looks like a puddle of water that's stuck to the window, but then it starts to wiggle. I stare in confusion as a pitiful-looking face forms in its middle and frowns at me. Suddenly, it hits me what I'm looking at. This must be a water elemental. I've never seen one for myself before now. They usually hang out in rivers or lakes, but I've heard they'll sometimes come out onto dry land when it's rainy. That must be what this one did. Now that it stopped raining, though?
Oh no, you could dry up.
Just like a fire elemental can die if its flames go out, a water elemental like this could be in trouble if it doesn't stay wet. The weather might still be damp, but the sun is starting to poke through the clouds.
Wait right there. I'll go find something.
I don't know if it can understand me or even hear at all. That's literally what my first question was gonna be. How would it hear? But I wave at the window and hold up one finger to try to show that I'll be right back. After a quick peek to make sure there's no patrons waiting, I hurry to the kitchen and dig through the cabinets, hoping to find a pot or something that's big enough. The biggest one Juliet has is the one that she uses to make pasta, and even that might be too small. Plus, I'm not sure she'd want the taste of water elemental to be there every time she tries to make spaghetti.
Where else?
I could just wake Juliet up and ask her, but I should really try to solve this myself before bothering her. Instead, I start hunting through the other rooms for something that might help. There's nothing in the bathroom, nor in the library area. When I check the dining room a second time, however, I notice a big bowl on top of a shelf that I hadn't seen before.
Perfect.
I have to stand on one of the chairs to reach it, but I grab the bowl and fill it half full with tap water before hurrying back to the window. The elemental is still stuck there, like a very sad bumper sticker. What a description! It already looks a little smaller. Sorry. It already looks a little smaller, but it ripples with excitement when it sees me. Its frown shifting into a watery smile. I head out the front door and skip around to the window, squelching through the wet grass as I go.
Here you go. Come on.
Holding the bowl up to the window, I gently brush the elemental in. To my surprise, it doesn't feel like touching regular water. Instead, it's thicker and a bit sticky, like jelly. The elemental starts to slide into the bowl and bubbles, which I hope is a good sign. It doesn't mix with the water in the bowl, but instead kind of hovers, with water both above and below it. Lube elemental? Is that how it's gonna help later? When it gets itself fully into the bowl, it almost fills it up. The water sloshes over the edge and onto my hands, leaving the bowl almost dry except for the elemental itself. Good job. The bubbles stop and an uncertain looking face peers at me from the bottom.
Alright. Let's get you inside and figure something else out.
Bathtub. Put it in the bathtub. I hold the bowl as steady as I can and try not to spill any more as I go back into the library. Just like the guests at the library, I have to make sure not to get any books wet. 1 second. I need actual hydration. I'll be right back. 1 second. I'm back. Thank you for waiting. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Cheers. And thank you for the head pad. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Actual water. Nice. Alright. There's an empty side table near one of the reading chairs, so I set the bowl down there. The elemental seems fine for now, but it looks worried again. It reminds me a lot of Aspen. Shade.
I'm not sure what else to try.
Bathtub. I rack my brain, trying to think of something I might have missed in the bathroom or kitchen. Oh yeah, speaking of rats asleep post ponies. Ta-da!
Wait! That bathroom! That's it!
Yeah, I told you. Okay, but not into the toilet, okay, mijo? Bathtub, not toilet. Kneeling down in front of the bowl, I try to reassure the elemental, which is doing its best to stay absolutely still and not slosh.
Okay, don't go anywhere. If you even can.
Okay, good, Mio, good. You scared me there for a second. Running to the bathroom, I plug up the bath and set the faucet to max.
This ought to work for a bit.
Leaving the water running, I go back and retrieve the bold elemental. This time, I end up spilling more of the water, but luckily it only hits the ground. The tub is about half full by the time we get back, which should be perfect. I turn off the faucet and carefully pour the elemental in. Olivia. As soon as I unlock another emote slot, I'm gonna do an Applejack one.
How's that?
There's a stream of excited bubbles.
Cool. Sit tight, and I'll find something we can use to get you back to the river.
More bubbles. Quickly, but not in as big a rush as before, I go to resume my search on the second floor. Because this place is so big, there are still a few rooms that I've never seen. I'm pretty sure Juliet wouldn't mind me going in, since I'm trying to help someone out. First room that I try is a closet, filled with towels and bed sheets and laundry stuff. The room after that is locked.
That's weird.
I tried the knob again, in case it was just stuck.
Nope, definitely locked.
I wonder what's in there. I've never paid much attention to that door before, since it's so far from my room. I drop to all fours and try to see under the door, but it's too narrow to see anything. Another nearby door isn't locked, and even better, isn't the closet. Aside from the doorway, which isn't particularly bright, it's pitch black when I step inside. I flick on the light switch, but the bulb fizzles and dies right away. It only takes a moment for my eyes to adjust to the darkness, and what had at first just been dark smudges turn out to be a bunch of boxes and assorted junk. A storage room. The whole place is covered in dust. I guess Juliet doesn't come in here either. Peeking into one of the boxes, it's filled with old kids' toys, like dolls and stuffed animals. Another one has some folded up clothes. Just as I'm about to give up and try another room, a half-covered object in the corner catches my eye. A heavy blanket is draped over a glass box, which is full of more random junk. I haul it all out and remove the blanket. Smiling at my find, it's a big fish tank, just like the ones I saw at the museum.
Score!
After turning it over to shake out as much of the dust and debris as I can, I triumphantly take the tank to the kitchen sink to rinse it out before hauling it to the bathroom.
Look what I found.
So what's the plan here? Carrying him in a fish tank to the river? That sounds like a lot of work. When I set the tank on the edge of the tub, the elemental floats up to the top of the bath and ripples. It takes some maneuvering to hold the tank under the faucet, but eventually I'm able to figure it out and fill it up. Then I use the bowl from before to scoop up the elemental and dump it into the tank.
Perfect, right?
More ripples and bubbles.
Okay, let's get you to the river.
I wrap my arms around the fish tank and lift. And nearly tear my arms off. Yep. Water is heavy, Miho. Poor girl. Damn, so like at least 50 pounds. I mean, probably even more, cause I remember her saying that she is stronger than regular humans because she's like a fox. So maybe even like 100 pounds.
That's heavy.
I didn't notice when I was just getting the tank set up, but with all that water in it, it weighs a ton. It's way too heavy for me to carry to the front door, much less all the way to the river.
This could be a problem.
That seemed so perfect, so lucky. Even after dumping out some of the water, I still can't carry it. Sitting down on the tile floor, I sigh. The elemental floats dejectedly.
Miho? What's going on? I heard the sinks and bathtub running.
There, Mommy is here. She'll help us. She'll solve our problem. Juliet is standing in the doorway as I look up, wearing a look of concern on her face.
Hey! It was raining earlier, right? Well, there was this water elemental on the window. I tried to bring it inside so it wouldn't dry up while I worked out how to get it back to the river, but now I can't carry this huge fish tank that I found.
A fish tank? Where'd that come from?
It was in one of the storage rooms, along with a bunch of kids' stuff. I'm guessing they came from the library's children's section.
Juliet purses her lips and I feel my heartbeat start to quicken, like it always does when I'm in trouble.
Sorry if you didn't want me to go in there. I didn't know what that room was or what I was even looking for until I found the tank.
Oh, her voice cracking.
I didn't look inside the locked room, though.
Mia, you don't need to say that. Juliet's frown deepens, but it doesn't look like she's angry. More like she's sad. I bet her previous lover, the girl from the painting, they probably had a kid together or something.
No need to apologize. You've done nothing wrong. Although...
I wait for her to finish her sentence, but it doesn't happen.
Although...
Never mind. It's nothing. Let's focus on helping our friend here first.
He reaches into the tank and scoops a handful of the water before dripping it back onto the floating elemental. The creature seems to enjoy it as far as I can tell.
Any ideas?
An idea comes to mind after you mentioned that storage room. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I sit back and relax as Juliet departs. I'm glad she didn't get upset after all, but something was definitely bugging her. I wonder what it was. After a couple of minutes, I pick up the sound of something rolling down the stairs. I stand up and poke my head out the door and spot Juliet pulling a red wagon behind her. has a rope handle and it isn't very large, but should have more than enough space for the tank.
Whoa, you're a genius!
With a smile, Juliet parks the wagon next to the bathtub.
As I said, you were the one who gave me the idea. Would you mind helping me lift it onto the wagon?
Sure.
We each take one end and carefully move the tank. Juliet also brought a number of tight straps to help keep it in place. Once it's all set up, the elemental is safe and secure. I kneel down to get my face level with the glass.
How do you like that?
Click. I'm sure they might come handy for other things. This time, the elemental shifts into the biggest grin I've seen.
Looks like we've got a winner.
Wonderful. If I watch the library, would you mind taking it back home? You're welcome to borrow an umbrella.
No problem. Be back soon.
Taking a towel and umbrella for myself from the front door, I lead the elemental outside and onto the path. It's cloudy out and more grey than blue, but at least it's not raining right now. Still, I don't want to waste any time. Yeah, right, Olivia? It is really cute, like how she's helping and Juliet is helping too. Aww.
Is anywhere in the river okay?
The elemental pops up and down.
I know just the place then.
The muddy path slows down the wagon a bit, but it isn't too bad. When we go downhill, I have to be careful not to let it get out of control, but other than that, it's pretty easy. From the bottom of the hill, it's not too far to the spot I had in mind. I noticed a small abandoned ramp into the river way back when I was still living in the woods, but it wasn't useful to me then.
Don't know why anyone built this place, but it sure worked out for me.
Kneeling near the bottom of the ramp, I wrapped the wagon's rope around my wrist to keep it from rolling away, then undo the straps on the tank. With both hands, I gently tilt the tank onto its side. The water and elementals spill out, flowing down the dirty concrete and into the river. The water begins to churn immediately, bubbling as if something huge is coming to the surface. A rushing sound echoes about the empty area before a torrent of water suddenly shoots upwards like a fountain, arcing clear over me. Hey, look how pretty! As I look up, I see the elemental shimmering within the water, catching the light from the sun. For one brief moment, the most beautiful, vivid rainbow I've ever seen hovers before me, so close that I could touch it. It's a sign, Mio. Congrats, you're gay. Then the water and the elemental crash back into the river and everything goes still. I smile, certain that I understand. She understands that she's gay.
You're welcome.
Oh, that was nice. That was nice. All right, where could we go? Like, we're already at Mount Victoria, right? Why not check it out properly? As I'm walking up the mountain road, I come across a rare sight. A mother duck and her orderly row of ducklings are carefully crossing the streets. Mostly only bikers and hikers come up this way, so I don't think they're at any particular risk, but it is a little bit anxiety-inducing watching the mother duck moving so slowly and meticulously with her babies in tow. Move it along, miss! Finally, they reach the safety of the grass and waddle their way furiously into the bushes. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. Cute. All day it's been showering on and off, raindrops still pattering on the roof, even now. At least the frogs outside are comfortable, happily croaking away in the dark night. Wow. Olivia, wow. No wonder she was struggling. To stave off the cold, I keep a warm blanket wrapped around me while sitting up and watching TV. I don't really understand all the complicated things the presenters are talking about, but it's interesting to see their reports from all around the world. My ears prick up as I hear someone walking up to the door. A series of 3 knocks gently ringing out against it. Always 3, from Juliet.
Yeah?
Oh! Is that her? Is that her sleepwear? It's so cute. Oh! I like how it's her style, but yeah, I'm gonna add one. Yeah. But she is so cute. Holy shit. I love her. I need to take a screenshot of that. There we go. For fan art related reasons. She's so cute.
I'm making some tea. Would you care to join me? I can make some hot chocolate as well.
Sure. Be right down.
A warm drink sounds nice right now. Not wanting to leave my cozy blanket, I decide to hold it tightly around myself and waddle down to the kitchen with it. Oh. Just imagining that, so cute. The stairs prove a little difficult, but I manage. There are already 2 mugs sitting on the table when I arrive, and the kettle is already steaming. As I take my seat, Juliet pours boiling water into each cup. Like, her dress down is really pretty as well. I have a thing for button-down shirts, if you can't tell. That's a good question, if she can have chocolate. I would assume so, since her physiology seems to be kinda different when she's in human form versus fox form. But now the question is, if she eats chocolate and then transforms while it hasn't been digested yet, what will happen?
You knew what I was gonna say before you even asked me, huh?
I had a feeling, yes.
She pushes my mug across the table and my hands peek out from my blanket to cradle it. Happy for the warmth, I hold the mug for a while before tasting the steaming hot chocolate inside. Okay, 2 things. 1, apparently she can have chocolate. 2, who the fuck drinks hot chocolate with warm water? Ew. You're supposed to put milk in it, not water. Ew. Milk is so much better. So much better.
I like the hot chocolate you make even better than the stuff at the Bell House.
It's because it's made with love.
Why, thank you. I'm happy to hear that. Although I imagine Aspen wouldn't be.
Yeah, anything that's supposed to be made with water, if you make it with milk, much better. Mashed potato mix, use milk instead of water. Hot chocolate, use milk instead of water. You'll thank me later. Okay, not Gatorade. Don't make Gatorade milk. That actually do and tell me how it tastes.
Do you ever go there? Now that I think about it, I'm surprised we've never gone together.
We haven't. Well, why don't we change that sometime then?
Cafe date, cafe date, cafe date.
Perhaps we can meet Aspen for breakfast there instead. It has been a while since I've stopped by.
Sure! I've never gotten any food from there. Only drinks.
You're in for a treat then. They serve delicious pastries and sandwiches.
Miho is so happy about the idea of going to eat there. It is so cute. Cheers. Here's to cute foxes in cute shirts. Cheers. Oh, interesting, Wormin. That makes sense, right? Since she's human shape, like her mass is that of an average human. Makes sense that she takes more. Pilk is just a very sad root beer float.
There's a particular one that I know Aspen enjoys. Although, I can't remember what it was.
That's okay. I'm sure I'll be fine with anything they have. I can't remember the last time I tried something that I didn't like.
That must come in handy when traveling the world so much, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. Can't afford to be picky when you don't know the next time you'll even have options.
Have you found a favorite food? Or type of cuisine that you most enjoy?
Not really. Most of the time I just eat junk food or leftovers. Not really anything fancy.
Understandable. If there's ever a certain dish or meal that you'd like to try, it would be my pleasure to help make that happen.
Aww, Juliet is so kind.
Perhaps we could even learn to cook it here at home, so you could have it any time?
Sure!
I tossed that onto the mental pile of if there's ever anything that Juliet's offered me. I know she means well, but at this point, I can't remember everything she said that about. The two of us continue to chat for a while, and I recount the full day's events with the elemental to Juliet, wrapping up my story at the point where I came home from the river.
Oops! That reminds me. I never put away the wagon. Let me know where it goes, and I can take it upstairs when I go back to my room.
Wagon? Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
Juliet quickly looks away, taking a sponge and busying herself cleaning some loose sugar off the counter. But it's obvious that something's off. I'm not sure what to do. It's so rare that Juliet's the one who seems uncomfortable. In fact, this is the only time I can think of. Other than when I first met her, of course. When I sort of tried to steal that painting?
By the way, who does all that stuff belong to? The wagon and the toys, that is.
Oh, here we go.
Were they part of the library children's section before or something?
No, they were personal possessions, not part of the library.
Hold it.
Oh, like from when you were a kid?
Ah.
I'm surprised you managed to keep them for that long then.
No, not my childhood.
She looks and sounds so sad.
Huh?
The sponge stops moving, Juliet's shoulders slumping as she gives up trying to work. I feel a little bad for making her act so oddly.
If you don't want to talk about it, that's totally fine. Sorry. I didn't know it was sensitive. I'm really, really sorry.
It's fine. You couldn't have known. Besides, perhaps it's only right that you know.
Know what?
She turns back towards me, taking a breath before she continues. Her eyes don't look at me though. They're looking past me.
Do you remember when, several weeks ago, I told you that I met someone who changed my life? Someone who made me want to be a better person?
Yeah.
Well, her name, my daughter's name, is Cosette.
You have a daughter?
Yes, and she's been the biggest blessing in my many, many years of life. Although she's not of my own flesh and blood, she was my child. I found her on my doorstep one morning, tucked into a basket with a blanket and scarf around her. It was cold that morning, so very cold.
Yeah, I noticed the was too. I mean, she's a vampire, right? She's probably as old as Miho too, so...
When I opened my door and saw the silent bundle there, I feared that she was dead. But she was not. She was so very alive, and despite the cold, so very, very warm. She was barely a year old, if that. Yet she didn't cry. She could have been there all night for all I knew, but she never uttered a sound. I brought her inside, of course, just so she wouldn't freeze. Beyond that, I was panicked and confused. I'd never wanted a human child. I didn't even know how to raise one. To this day, I don't know why whoever abandoned her chose my doorstep to leave her on. Of all places. But how wonderfully, impossibly lucky I was. Because she didn't cry, I thought she might be mute. But that wasn't the case. She had a great deal to say. And as she got older, she would talk and talk. Every word was like music, a melody to my ears only. I felt so fortunate, and so unprepared. I suddenly had the life and well-being of another in my own hands. Her future, her everything. It was a responsibility I had never asked for, and likely would have never asked for if my life hadn't changed that day. She grew and grew, from a curious baby to precocious child, then to a confident young lady, and finally to a lovely woman. I couldn't have been more proud as a mother. Every graduation, every breakup, every smile and tear changed my life. As my daughter, of course it would be true to say that I raised her, but it was mutual. She also made me into the person I am today.
Once Juliet finished speaking, I let out a breath I don't remember holding. Just as when she'd first started speaking, her gaze is still fixed on the empty wall somewhere above my head. Just like when Aspen gets sucked into one of her books, I can tell that Juliet's mind is somewhere else entirely.
The moment that I resolved to raise her, I made a promise. To myself and to her. A promise that I would do all in my power to make the world Cosette lived in, grew up in, a better one that I had experienced.
Lived in.
That I would show her how to find the beauty and the joy in all things dark and terrible. In a sense, I ceased to exist as a single person. My life was no longer my own. It was tied, forever and always, to another.
So, all those toys and things...
Yes, the treasures and mementos of another life. Of happy days filled with laughter, of scraped knees and tummy aches, of heartbreak and homecomings. I keep them there as not simply a reminder, but a tribute to those times.
Wow. I
would have never guessed any of that. I never knew you were a mom.
Oh no, she has big mommy energy. I'm not surprised. It actually kind of explains why she's so patient with Miho, right? Ouch. Her gaze returns to me, to the world that we're in now. She gives a little smile, but it looks fragile.
Well, I suppose it's not something I speak of very often.
She is like... I did not gush. How did I gush? I was not gushing.
Does she live here in Wellington? Could I meet her?
Oh, no! Juliet regards me with a strange look, similar to earlier with the elemental. It's not that she looks angry, but like she's thinking about something very hard. I stare back, not sure of what else to do or what I may have said wrong. Like always, her expression soon softens.
She is in Wellington, yes. A bit of a walk, but not too far. You can go in the morning if you'd like. It's been a little while since I have.
Oh, I'm gonna cry so hard. I guess we'll find out if Miho knows that humans can die soon, huh? Yep, Callisto, that's what I think so too. Imagine she realizes only then that humans can die, and also makes the realization that her person has been long gone too. Yeah, exactly, Callisto. What if this is how she finds out that her person is dead as well? Poor Miho.
Sure, fine by me. I guess it is getting kind of late for a visit, huh?
It is indeed. Speaking of which, I actually have some business I must tend to myself. Will you be alright on your own, Miho?
Oh, yeah, of course. Don't worry about me.
Have a good night then. See you in the morning.
I like her voice acting too, like the sad nostalgia. I don't know, it's nice. It's...
See you. I'll be ready to go first thing.
Ouch. It's like... it hits, you know? Yeah, right? Yeah, it is so good. Aww. Oh, Miho. As Juliet leaves, I watch her go. It might just be me, but it seemed like she left in a hurry after saying all that. Oh, Miho. Maybe she and Cosette had an argument about something. Or maybe she just didn't want me to meet the other people in her life. Oh, Miho! I'm probably just imagining it. The way she talks about Cosette is so different to the way I've heard Juliet talk about anything or anyone else. I can tell she cares a lot about her. Hopefully, it'll make more sense tomorrow after I get to meet her. It will make more sense tomorrow, Miho. When I finally decide to head up to my room, I take the wagon back first, as promised. I have to pick it up and carry it to get it up the stairs, but fortunately it's not that heavy, even with my blanket bunched up inside. Once I get to the second floor, I put it down and drag it the rest of the way to the storage room. After pushing the wagon into its empty spot, I take a proper look around now that I know what this room actually contains. More than just toys, I also spot racks of clothes and a stack of books. and all kinds of other belongings. The whole room is pretty packed. Slowly making my way back to the door, I carefully maneuver between a rocking horse and a dollhouse, taking care not to step on anything or knock it over. Taking one last peek around before I head to my own room, I get the feeling that there's nothing missing from Cosette's childhood in here. Can't say for sure, but it certainly seems like Juliet hasn't let anything go. The morning air is fresh and crisp. The plants around us looking healthier for the drink last night. A handful of small puddles here and there are all that remains of yesterday's rain, likely to be completely dried up in a few hours. She looks so pretty with her parasol. Vermin, I literally had the same thought when I read the drink part. Cheers! As I stand by the front door of the library, Juliet walks up beside me and unfolds her parasol, bringing it over her head.
Shall we depart? It's about a 30-minute walk from here, so perhaps we'll take a ride back once we're done.
Yep. Will you be okay in the sun with that?
Yes. It's still early enough that I don't need to worry too much.
Lead on then.
Stepping out into the brilliant morning, I stretch and roll my shoulders. Actually, I'm gonna stretch and roll my shoulders too. Make sure y'all are stretching too. Posture check. Don't be a shrimp. It's a nice day. Not too cold and not too hot. As always, Juliet's steps are measured and even as she walks. Her parasol bobs with each step, making it look like she's wearing a big hat from this angle. Good night, Burr! Sleep well! See you around! Bye, Fuse! See you around too! Thank you for the head pat! I want. Yeah, I have a suspicion that the chapter might end soon after this. Yeah, we'll see. Good night, everyone! You too, Fused! I smile to myself at the image as I skip along beside her. Even with protection from the sun, it's rare to see Juliet out in the daytime.
So, I was wondering something. If your daughter lives so close, then why doesn't she come to visit more often? I've been here for a couple months now.
Ouch. Although she clearly heard me, Juliet doesn't answer. Maybe it's too personal a question, because things are tense between them. I've never seen Juliet not answer one of my questions before, so I don't push it. Juliet remains quiet as we keep walking. That isn't unusual for her, but I still feel a little awkward.
Sorry if I shouldn't have asked that.
No, it's all right. You'll see when we get there, though.
Okay.
We head in a direction that I haven't explored before. We're in the same area as the gardens, but not quite the same spot. A massive green hill watches over us from one side, while trees blanket the other. After crossing a small bridge that runs over the highway, we reach another beautiful area. The concrete path we walk along is lined with bushes and flowers and the occasional decorative lamps. There are a few houses peeking through the trees which ring the area, but most of the field is still covered in nature.
Whoa. Are we getting close?
Yes, we're very nearly there. This is Bolton Street Park.
Her voice is so soft while having still a lot of gravitas to it.
She's pretty lucky to live in a place like this,
Oh,
huh?
no. Ah, don't say that. Ow. That like hurt my soul, Miho.
Even as a child, Cosette had an affinity for the woods and trees.
I get that. I'll bet she would love to be able to turn into a bat or a fox.
I'm taken off guard by Juliet letting out a great laugh. I don't think I've ever seen her like this. A little giggle or rarely a chuckle from time to time, sure. But never anything so relaxed and sincere. A grin spreads on my face just from watching her.
Yes, I think you're right about that.
There are only a handful of houses around the park, so I wonder which one is Cosette's. Time and time again, we walk on past the turns which lead to any of them. Just as I start to wonder where it is we're going, Juliet slowly comes to a stop. The main path forks into two here. The one to our left, a well-trodden dirt path. There's a sign, but I can't quite read the writing yet.
Everything okay? We're not lost, are we?
Heavens, no.
A number of tall trees shade the paths that we're on, giving enough protection for Juliet to slide her parasol shut. She takes a deep, silent breath, then smiles and gestures down the offshoot before us.
It's right this way. Just a little further.
Nodding, I follow again as she leads us onwards. Right away, I notice that something is a little bit off. Juliet's steps are slower and a bit more uneven, like she doesn't want to get to wherever we're going. After a few minutes of walking in silence, she takes one last turn off from the path we were on, leading me up a small hill dotted with trees. Once we reach the crest, Juliet comes to a stop. Still confused, I step up beside her.
Here we are.
Huh? I don't see... Oh.
Oh. In the shade of one of the trees is a grey stone monument. Its edges are rough and worn from time, but it's spotlessly clean. There are others like it nearby, practically identical. Words are carved into the stone, too small for me to read easily. I've never visited before, but I realize what this place is. I silently mouth the letters of the word at the top, even though I'm pretty sure I know what it's going to say. There's a C, then an O, then an S. Cosette's grave is preserved perfectly. I'm sure Juliet wouldn't stand for anything else.
I'm... sorry. I didn't...
It's okay, Miho. I'm aware you didn't know, but I wanted you to.
She turns back to the grave, gently running a hand over the curved stone.
My beautiful, precious daughter passed away years ago. Almost 2 decades by now. She lived a long, full life and spent her final moments with those she loved. The last words she told me, the last words she ever said to me.
Juliet's shoulders shake without a sound as I stand there helplessly. She shudders as she takes a deep breath. Well, 2 decades since she died, so yeah, Miho knows what death and the grave is. She might still not know the average human lifespan, right?
Or that she couldn't have been happier.
What was she like?
She was so many things that it's almost impossible to answer. I think you would have liked her. I'm sure she would have loved you. She was adventurous and free, sometimes stubborn to a fault. Once her heart was set on something, there was no stopping her. Everything she did vividly, to the fullest.
To Cosette. Cheers.
Even if the very laws of existence told her something was impossible, she would try anyway. She was endlessly kind, with compassion for every living thing, from the smallest insect to the largest, most ferocious beast. She saw the value in all of them.
Also, I just realized I need a sad expression toggle. I have scared, embarrassed, winking, hung out, but no sad, because I never get sad. No, this is awful. She gives a small smile as she looks at me, even as tears well in her eyes. I gulp to try and force down my own emotions.
You should have seen her as a child. She would talk your ear off. Both of them if you'd let her. There wasn't a single person near us who didn't know who she was. So open and free was she. That warmth and care. It was the core of her life. If she saw someone in need, she would rush to their aid. It just naturally came to her. If you or I see someone hurting, we may choose to help. For Cosette, it wasn't a choice. It was simply who she was.
Yeah, Vermin, that's what I'm thinking. And yeah, I just want to get some sad eyebrows and some like watery eyes, maybe like some tears. That'd be appropriate.
To know her was to adore her. Every day that went by, I was more and more proud of her. Those virtues never faded a bit.
Oh yeah, and sad, drooping ears. Not sad, I don't have that. Oh, it would be so appropriate. Yes, sad, mopey tail. Oh!
Even on her last day, she was worried for me more than anything. I promised her that I would...
Juliet sobs, dragging her hand across her face. All I can do is watch. My own emotions a storm that tosses me in all different directions. The pain in Juliet's shaky voice is enough to make my own breath tremble. But beyond that, There's something else, something eating at me that I don't want to acknowledge. Juliet turns back towards the grave, taking a couple steps closer, unfurling her parasol. She holds it over her shoulder like a shield, guarding herself against the sunlight. She's also able to stand a little straighter.
I promised her that I would live as she did, to honor her memory with kindness and with virtue and with compassion and patience for all, that I would ensure her legacy lived on in the many lives she had touched. It was only in the days that followed her passing, as I wandered lost and alone, that I truly began to understand how much she had saved my own life. The gift she gave me was something I'd never had before. Purpose.
Damn.
How very silly and irrelevant things such as wealth and prestige began to seem after that. Those were fleeting concepts, born of some misplaced need or desire. There was something that could be much greater. Something well beyond money and power. Love. As a word, it's difficult to understand. To hear the poets speak of it, there's nothing mightier and nothing softer. Love was either everything or it was nothing. It always seemed so trite, so mature. An attempt to create meaning where there is none. And yet, I've found that the poets were right. They were so right. You and I, Miho, to be able to live on, unaffected by time's curse, must surely seem a blessing to some. But that time is meaningless without something to fill it. To those of us who walk alongside Father Time, rather than fleeing him, it's awfully lonely.
You know, now I feel sad for, she deserves to have someone like Miho.
When I first became a vampire, I told myself that I had no more need for humans, that I was beyond them. Now, I realize I was afraid. There's a simple contentment and joy that can only be found in experience and age, I've learned. Wisdom does not exclude humans, but to look on as once vibrant hair fades to grey, and as once strong hands soften their grips, as once treasured memories become distant. There is pain. To watch someone you love grow up is beautiful. To watch them grow old is to suffer. Cosette lived into her 80s. A good, long life for a human. Even as her flesh started to fail her, her mind never did. She was sharp as a sword and quick as a fox.
Yep.
For a human, there is no kinder, gentler end than that of old age. And every day, I'm thankful that Cosette was one of those lucky ones. To slip away peacefully and painlessly. As I held that soft, shaky hand for the last time, I wished desperately that I could trade places with her. I would have done anything to give her just one more day.
Damn, man.
But there was nothing to be done. Cosette passed on with no regrets, and a smile on her face. She lived as full a life as any human could live.
Well, I hope I will too.
And when she was gone, I was still there. My flesh not a day older than when I met her. It was then that I realized what a cruel gift immortality could be. What a slow, repetitive torture if I chose to let it. So for the sake of Cosette's memory, and of the promise I made, I swore that I would continue to live as I had not lived before. For virtue, for friendship, for others, for tomorrow.
For Miho.
To die is human. To live is a privilege.
Damn, man. Damn. With absolute clarity, the storm inside me calms as I pass through its eye. There's a sense of finality in Juliet's words, which leaves them ringing in my ears as I stumble backwards without thinking about it. To die is human. All humans. Cosette, someday Aspen, but also even mine, my person. Understanding hits me like an arrow to the heart, and I barely notice the look of surprise on Juliet's face as I transform, turning tail and fleeing into the forest. My person, the one I've searched for my entire life, is dead too, long dead. No matter what happened after they left the forest, the nature of their human lifespan means that they lived lifetimes ago, generations ago. As I run farther and farther away, one thought echoes above the others. All this time, all these years, all these decades, they've been for nothing. I dig my claws into the earth with every step, tearing at the roots and leaves. I do know the name for the feeling pulling and tugging at me, the one that had taken over Juliet as we stood there, one I've heard of but never felt until now. Grief. Every lie, every theft, every struggle and hardship, everything for nothing. That word swirls in my head, a dying leaf drifting towards the ground, falling and powerless to stop itself. Finally, I come to a stop, not even knowing where I am or for how long I ran. I just stop when I lose the will to run anymore, transforming onto my knees. Every decision I've ever made, every place I've ever gone, had all been in service of one dream. Over time, I grew to rely on it. I didn't ever have to think or make a difficult decision for myself. Instead, it was like I had a path to follow, however long. But that path wasn't actually leading anywhere. All it did was take me far away and leave me on my own. Rising to my feet, I look around the area. Although the trees and slopes remind me of Mount Victoria, I don't recognize it at all. Juliet's nowhere to be seen. The sprawling sunlight means she couldn't join me here even if she wanted to. Even if she found me. I wonder if she's looking. Juliet, who always seemed so calm and put together, behind that mask, she was hiding all these feelings. What else don't I know about her? What else has she been keeping to herself? Is it just more pain? An ice-cold chill runs down my spine, making me shudder as I realize something else. She must have known, too, that my person was dead. She must have figured it out right away. Yet she never told me. Aspen, too. Suddenly, every pained look or topic change whenever I brought up Chong-in makes sense. They both knew and were hiding it from me all along. This whole time, letting me go on and get my hopes up without ever stopping me or telling the truth. It was so simple, too, so obvious. If I just thought about it for a bit myself, I'd have realized that humans live and die much faster than my kind do. Dying, I sit down on the grass, wrapping my arms around my knees. I mash one palm into my eyes to wipe away the tears that are there.
Stop crying, Miho.
Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Stop crying, Miho.
Holy shit. With a few deep breaths, I managed to fight away the stinging pressure and keep myself from breaking down even more. I sigh again once I'm certain it won't turn into a sob. Now that the initial shock has worn off, the pain in my heart has gone from a sharp stab to a dull throb. Aside from pure survival instinct, death has always been distant and faceless to me, but now I have to look it in the eye. My time with Chong-in was short, thousands of times shorter than the time I've spent looking for them since then. Still, it was all I had. Where do I even go from here? The sun is getting higher, so Juliet must have made her way home by now. She might even be waiting for me to come back. We both know I have to at some point. It's getting hotter for me too. Shakily, I rise to my feet and look around again, actually trying to get my bearings. If I have to, I can just go back in the direction I came from until I find somewhere familiar. So yeah, man, Olivia, you called it pretty much exactly, huh? That she like everyone did, huh? She knew death, she just didn't realize how personal it can be, I guess. I start walking back towards the library, since it's the only place I have to go. I might think of it as home for now, but I can't help but picture Juliet's sobbing face. Immortal or not, there has to come a time someday where we don't see each other, and that will be the end of our memories together, or at least her memories of me. The same goes for Aspen, as mortal as Cosette. Aren't I just resigning myself to feeling this pain again someday? Potentially even stronger? Maybe she was right, the other Gumiho. Maybe I don't belong anywhere. By the time I get back to the library, I'm exhausted from the walk and sun. I throw open the library door and go inside, walking past my empty seat at the front desk. Juliet's nowhere to be seen, only patrons. They've always managed just fine without me, though. Plodding up to my room, I grab my blanket from my bed and wrap it around myself before I lower myself to the floor. That's when the tears hit me again, and this time I can't hold them back. Slouching onto my side, I don't even try. There's no point. As I expected, in less than a minute, there's a sound at my door. 3 knocks. Always 3.
Miho? Is that you? Are you all right?
I don't respond. I don't even know if I want to see Juliet right now. She's part of this too, after all. She pauses outside for a moment, but a few seconds later, Juliet opens the door anyway.
Oh, Miho.
Oh, that was so gentle. Oh, God. The pity in her voice tells me everything I need to know. I can only imagine what I must look like. Covered in blankets and lying on the floor. I must look pathetic, childish. It must be how I always look to her.
Miho, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Oh. Juliet trails off, still just inside the door. I can see her legs and cane, but not her face. I can picture the concern on it, though.
Didn't mean to what?
The words come out as a growl, surprising even myself, but I can't pretend. Not now. She let herself in here. She can deal with it. Her cane sways from side to side as she wrings her hands, almost knocking into the wall more than once.
Mean for you to put things together this way. Such a painful way. I wanted to...
So you did know.
I cut her off without thinking, as she confirms my suspicions. With one arm, I push myself up, letting the blanket fall away from my face as I glare daggers at Juliet.
Pardon?
You knew?
Slowly, I rise to my feet. My head is pounding, and I can hear my blood pumping as anger rises through me, bubbling out like liquid magma.
All this time they've been dead, and you knew, didn't you? You probably knew from the first time I told you about them, right?
Which stage of grief was anger? Because, yeah... Ouch. I mean, makes sense that she's hitting it, but like... Also, it's not her fault! Like, oh man, Miho. She stiffens and then Juliet sighs deeply. It's all anyone ever seems to do around here.
I did, yes.
Why? Why didn't you tell me?
Although tears are beginning to choke my voice again, I manage to shout out my question, my accusation.
I've been looking like such an idiot. I'm already an idiot compared to you and to Aspen. Every day I'm reminded of that.
Oh, Miho, no! Oh. Yeah, it sounds like denial or the past 400 years, and now all the anger hits at once. Look, she has like tears in her eyes. Oh man. Oh man.
But this really takes the cake, doesn't it? I've been wasting my whole entire life over something everyone else can figure out right away.
I mean, you still found them, right? You still found out about them. That's a lot.
Miho, it isn't like that.
Then why? Tell me why you didn't tell me sooner. Or Aspen. She knows too, right?
Juliet nods meekly. My eyes burn and my nose is running. My face hurts in every way possible. Same girl, though. Same. Oh, man.
We didn't know how.
Know how? What do you mean, know how?
I can't keep myself from shouting. I feel so stupid, so angry, and so sad.
Please, Miho, try to understand. We were still just getting to know you. You barely trusted Aspen or me. If we just told you that the person you were looking for was deceased, we didn't know how you'd take it. You might not even believe us, for one thing. Or perhaps it would give you cause to run away again. As the weeks went on, we wanted to, but it never seemed to be the right time. Neither of us wanted to be the one to, out of nowhere, bring your whole world crashing down. Not when you were trying so hard. You seemed so happy. It felt more cruel to ruin that in a way. I'm sorry, Miho. I truly am.
Poor Miho.
It was wrong of me to let it go this long without saying anything, but believe me, I only hesitated out of love. Aspen and I both.
Like, I don't think they did anything wrong. Like, I understand how it got to that point, you know, like, their reasoning makes so much sense, but it's still really, really awful for Miho.
We simply couldn't bring ourselves to break your heart that way.
Fat lot of good that did. Juliet sniffles, and I have to look away. I don't want to see her cry again. Not while I'm already like this. Stooping down to the floor, I pick my blanket back up and wrap it around myself again. No, oh God. Even as I do, I can't help but think of how it's not really my blanket. It's Juliet's. She just lets me use it, like everything else.
Go away.
Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Thank you for the head pat. Oh, shit. Yeah, she does need space, but holy shit. That, like... That must hurt so bad, right? To hear that from Miho. Like, ah. Here's to crying the shit out of me. Cheers. Olivia. Ah, shit. Alright. To my relief, she doesn't try to argue. Doesn't even say anything else. She just nods and silently leaves the room. The second the door shuts behind her, I collapse into my bed, put my pillow over my face, and succumb to my grief. Like, interesting writing here. She just made a big deal about how the blanket isn't really hers, but now I collapse into my bed, put my pillow over my face, and succumb to my grief. It's really nice. It's like poetic. My everything hurts when I wake up. Damn pillow still covering me. My face and head hurt from crying, and my body hurts from passing out in an uncomfortable position. I didn't even mean to fall asleep. I must have cried myself into it. The memories of yesterday don't even give me a chance to wake up before they flood my brain, pulling a groan out of me in response. I don't want to get up. I don't want to leave my bed. What's even the point? Still, I know I have to. I have to see Aspen within the next few hours, and Juliet too, eventually. I don't know what to say or even what I want to hear. As much as I just like to avoid everything and everyone, the rational part of me knows that I can't. Instead, my magic and beat force me to conform like always. Either get up or be forgotten. It's not really much of a choice. I sluggishly get dressed and wipe down my face, which is still red from crying. Then I trot downstairs to where we'd normally be having breakfast. Except it's later than usual. There's food on the table for me. Oh! But it's long since cold, and I can hear the sounds of conversation and movement that mean the library's already open. Life goes on, with or without me. I cram down the slices of cold toast and browning apple without really tasting them, just knowing that I need the nourishment. And I wander up to the front of the library where Juliet is seated in my spot at the desk. When she notices me approaching, I can see her struggle to decide how to greet me, uncertainty plain in her eyes. I can't decide either, so I just settle for a stiff nod.
Hey.
Good morning, Miho.
I bet Juliet is happy that she didn't run away, right? That must have been a big fear that she just left. Her voice is awkwardly stilted. It seems out of place for Juliet. Yeah, I wonder what Aspen. Starting to worry. I gesture at the stack of books next to her and the half-filled checkout sheet.
You can go to bed. I can take over from here.
Juliet shakes her head, looking a little more confident in the motion.
No, it's all right. You're in no state to be working today. Let me handle it instead.
Really, it's fine.
A patron starts to approach the counter, a couple books in his hand. I start to reach for them, but Juliet stands up, blocking me off.
Good morning. All set to check out?
I let my hand fall to my side. The person checking out books looks a little confused, but settles on talking to Juliet instead of me. Fine then. If she wants to, she can do it. She has that same practiced tone of voice when it comes to helping a stranger that Aspen does. Aspen calls it her customer service voice. To me, it's the same as how I'd sound when trying to deceive someone or get something out of them. Only difference is, I'm not sure I could pull mine off now like she can. Then again, it seems like Juliet must have always been good at hiding her feelings. Wordlessly, I turn around and step out from behind the desk, passing by the guest on my way out the door. From the corner of my eye, I can see Juliet watching me as I go, even as she deftly handles the checkout. Fresh air is an instant relief, and I gulp it in as I stretch out my arms, just basking in the sun for a moment. I start walking to the Bell House because I need to see Aspen before it gets too late. Fortunately, we had a late breakfast yesterday, so I have a bit more leeway than usual. I do my best to keep my head empty on the way there, because if I let myself think, it'll turn bad. Hey, music is back. Oh man, sorry. Okay. I composed myself a little more. I hope the crying wasn't too obvious. Holy shit. Okay. So instead I just focused on putting one foot in front of the other and on paying the minimum amount of attention to my surroundings. Just enough to get me there. Aspen herself is working the counter when I enter the cafe, and she waves eagerly when she sees me.
Oh, Miho! I was just thinking of taking my break early to come see you. Juliet said you were feeling a little under the weather this morning.
She still remembers, yay! I make my way up to the register, staring blankly at the menu. I could actually read some of it if I tried, but I'm not.
I can see what she means. Are you all right?
I shrug.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Ouch!
Let me get,
She sounds so sad. The names of the different drinks that I like all swirl around in my head, but somehow, picking one feels like an impossible challenge. I wasn't actually planning to stay or get something to drink. I just started ordering out of habit.
Whatever you recommend.
Vermin. Oh man, it hit. Like, I was okay. I was like kinda crying, but I was okay. But then her wrapping herself in the blanket and saying to like get out. Oh, that's when it really hit me. Holy shit. I knew the game was gonna have some feels, but I wasn't expecting to cry on stream. Okay. Frowning, Aspen taps something into the machine. I reach for my wallet, but she waves a hand to stop me.
It's on me. Go sit down and I'll bring you something soon.
Thanks.
Even the thanks is so sad and breaking my heart, Miho. Leaving her to that, I trudge to a booth and sit down, resting my head on my arms and closing my eyes. I could have just come inside and left again as soon as Aspen saw me, but I know that I wouldn't feel any better anywhere else I could choose to go. At least this way, I get a free drink out of it. I don't open my eyes again until I hear the sound of Aspen setting a cup down in front of me before taking a seat herself.
Thanks. Again.
Sitting up, I have a taste of whatever it is Aspen brought me. It's scalding hot and bitter.
What's in this?
What's in this? She's like... God, she's like broken.
Coffee!
What else?
Nothing, it's just black coffee.
Espresso? You look like you need it.
Gingerly, I take another sip, bracing myself against the heat this time.
One of your recipes?
No, I don't know who invented it, but it's been my go-to for years when I need a pick-me-up. Don't you feel more awake now?
The aftertaste lingers in my mouth, but I drink some more anyway.
Unfortunately.
She really is just like me. I love her.
Then it's doing its job. You really do look a mess, though. Were you crying?
Oh, you can just ask her that. I added one, Callisto. As soon as Aspen takes a second to look at my face, I see her take on that same look of concern as Juliet. I raise my cup to my lips again just to hide myself.
Yeah?
There's an awful scraping sound as Aspen slides her chair a little closer to mine. Taking one of my hands in hers, I pull away immediately.
Sorry, I should have asked first. What's wrong? Did I do something?
Her face starts to redden and I already know what's coming next.
It's fine.
I don't know how to respond, so instead I opt for a question that's been lingering on my mind.
Do you know who Cosette is?
Cosette? No, I don't believe I know the name. Is she a friend of yours?
Oh, wow. Not even Aspen knows? Damn.
No. Don't worry about it.
If Aspen doesn't know, I'm not going to be the one to tell her. Still, it doesn't surprise me in the slightest that Juliet never mentioned her before, even though the two of them are supposedly close friends. Oh yeah, you're right, Callisto. 20 years ago, yeah. But still, you know, it's interesting that Juliet decided to tell Miho and not Aspen. Oh, Olivia, interesting. Interesting, maybe. Oh, interesting, interesting. As for my human though, may as well just get it out there. At least then we'll all be on the same page.
I found out my person is dead.
No, oh god, Miho! Ah, so, like, deadpan, like, ow. I know, so flat, like, ow, it like hurts just hearing it.
I found out my person is dead.
Ah, Miho. Although I've been sitting with that thought for hours now, it's the first time I've said the words out loud. To my own surprise, they come out as steady as everything else. At least I don't feel like I'm going to cry.
Oh.
Finally, I glance at Aspen herself. Just like Juliet, I can see her eyes widen and mouth drop as she tries to think of something more to say.
And you knew, didn't you?
Ouch. Her hand toys uselessly with an abandoned straw wrapper on the table.
I suspected as much, yes.
Ah, damn, Miho. I sigh, not surprised at all. I don't even have the energy to be that upset compared to when I was dealing with Juliet.
I'm sorry,
It's okay. Juliet already said it.
Man, her voice, it is... Whoever did her acting, it is so good. Just how it's still her, but not really, right? Like, it is so good. Like, you know, I've had kind of conversations like that too. And it like hurts to listen to it. Yeah, it is so good.
Well, I'm saying it too. I'm sorry. It seems you probably didn't find out in the best way. Not that there is a best way. That was why we were afraid to tell you. We didn't know how... Actually, I'm just going to stop talking.
Maybe for the better, Aspen. Maybe for the better.
Really? It's fine.
Ah, Miho. Everyone knows how much you hurt right now. I cut her off flatly before she can start over-apologizing. Being apologized to makes me uncomfortable, like an itch I can't scratch. Putting my chin in my hands, I look out the window to the sunny day outside. It's as nice as it ever is here.
I just wish you would have told me.
Oh. Vermin, that took me a second. In our reflection, I see Aspen nod.
If it makes you feel any better, we were going to soon. We'd already decided, but not on how. I assume Juliet told you.
Not quite.
More or less, yeah. She said something that made me figure it out.
I see.
Both of them just accepted my being upset so easily. Neither of them tried to argue or anything, just apologized. I'm not sure how I feel about that, just like I'm not sure if Aspen's words make me feel better or not. But also, I have to ask what I'm getting out of doing this to myself, and to her, and to Juliet. Sitting here silently, stewing in my emotions. What felt like burning rage last night now feels less explosive. Oh, look at her eyebrows! I do wish they'd been more honest with me, but they were both just trying to be nice. It's not like I haven't done the things they were afraid of before, like run away. When that's the case, is it really okay to still be upset with them? Sorting through complicated emotions is difficult. I like when things are straightforward, and I know to be sad or mad or something else. Right now, seeing how sad it's also made Juliet and now Aspen doesn't make me feel better either. If nothing else, I should at least tell them how I feel, or try to. Well, Aspen tried to touch her hands and she didn't take that very well. So I think the hug would need to come from Miho. Closing my eyes for a beat, I made my first real decision since leaving for Cosette's grave with Juliet yesterday.
Are you busy tonight? I want to talk with you and Juliet. Together.
Ooh. She startles at the sound of my voice. I guess she didn't expect me to say anything else.
I'll be there. Just tell me when.
I don't know yet. I have to ask Juliet, but I'll have her let you know.
Yeah, agreed, Olivia.
Okay, that works for me.
I stand up slowly, and Aspen does the same. I can tell from the way she's still fidgety and nervous though that something's bothering her. There's a tiny pop as she snaps the paper straw wrapper in half.
Can you tell me one thing though? Are you leaving?
She's really worried about that, isn't she? I feel a bit more confident about one thing as I shake my head.
No, I won't go anywhere.
Yay. All right. After getting back to the library, I made the same request to Juliet about being able to talk together. Not only did she agree, she suggested that we go somewhere else, just for a change of pace. Thank you for the head pat. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm okay. Being sad is kind of nice in a, in a safe way like that, right? Ow. Thank you, Olivia, and thank you, Cheesy. And Black. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. We shared a quiet taxi ride up to the botanic garden, not far from Cosette's grave. Oh, wait. I took too long. Thank you for the mistletoe. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We shared a quiet taxi ride up to the botanic garden, not far from Cosette's grave. Neither of us tried to talk, which suited me fine. I spent the whole ride trying to think about what I want to say. I imagined Juliet did the same thing. The taxi driver drops us off as close to the entrance as possible, tipping his hat in a thanks as Juliet pays him before driving away, leaving the two of us mostly alone. There are a few people around, but more of them are leaving than entering at this time of the evening. One of those people, a figure sitting on a bench reading, stands up and approaches us. When they step into the light, it turns out to be Aspen.
It's certainly a new feeling to be the one waiting, instead of waited for. Hi, Aspen.
Oh, she sounds a bit better, right? That was a bit bright.
Good evening, Aspen. I hope we didn't keep you waiting for long.
No, not at all. Besides, I can hardly complain when it gives me an opportunity to catch up on some reading. I thought about exploring the gardens a little, but I wasn't sure I'd be able to find my way back out.
Uh-oh.
There are worse places to be lost, at least. Thank you for indulging my request to come here in the first place.
It was a good idea. Not to say the library's gotten boring, but...
We never really go anywhere else?
I feel better now than I did this morning. At least enough to make a couple jokes. A lot of things still weigh heavily on my mind, but I'm determined to not just be an emotionless rock. That wouldn't help anyone.
Precisely. I've never been here before either, so I'm eager to see the gardens.
It's been a while since I've been here myself, but I believe I remember a nice spot I used to visit with.
Oh, I think you're right, Olivia. Instead of finishing her sentence, Juliet simply begins walking. Her cane makes a steady click, click sound as it taps against the stone path. Aspen reads off some of the signs that we pass by. Signs which I, of course, have never given a second glance at.
Stonebridge Gully. That sounds rather poetic. Perhaps I'll use it in a story sometime.
Look, Miho smiling. She's feeling better.
Ah, Pine Hill Path too. Whoever named these gardens was having fun, weren't they?
Juliet still seems preoccupied, not ignoring us, but not seeming to pay much attention either. She does wait while Aspen pauses to read one of the big signs that talk about the gardens. She writes a little bit in her notebook, then scurries back to us.
Sorry, one of the photos there caught my eye and I wanted to take some notes for further research. I hadn't realised there was more to this park than just this one garden.
Really? Like what?
There's an old estate for one thing. Also another garden just for native plants. There's even a cemetery not far away that's apparently part of it.
Ah, yeah. We know about the cemetery very well now. The steady rhythm of Juliet's cane misses a beat, but she keeps walking. After a short uphill stroll, we reach our destination. A small brick path juts off the main road, leading to an overlook covered by a glass roof. There are a handful of benches around, but all of them are unoccupied.
Would this do?
Oh, Juliet, it's breathtaking.
Miho is so small. So small. I have to agree. Aspen walks slowly to the edge of the overlook, pressing a hand against the glass as she looks out over the view. I stand beside her and do the same. We're higher up than I thought, with a good view of the rest of the botanic garden from here. I even spot the main gate. Far across, the same rolling green hills that I noticed a couple days ago tower over us. Though she smiles, Juliet doesn't join us, instead sitting down on one of the benches.
What do you think, Miho? How does it compare to some of the sights you've seen?
It's pretty nice. I like the view from up on Mount Victoria better, though.
Oh, it's been quite a while since I went up there. Perhaps I should see it myself sometime and compare.
Make it a date! Wouldn't that be a cute date?
You should. You can see the library from the top. I used to go up there to clear my head, before I started living at the library.
I'll be sure to invite you along,
huh?
then.
Yes. Nice. She lingers for just a moment more, gazing out at the darkening sky before taking a seat on the bench across from Juliet. Only I stay standing, pacing back and forth. Despite the pleasant chatter just a moment ago, now that we're all here and settled, both Aspen and Juliet sit quietly but expectantly, waiting for me to speak first. Since I was the one who asked them to come here, it falls to me to start the conversation. But where to even begin? I've been thinking about that all day, and I've decided that maybe I should just start at the beginning.
Cheesy_cheese
The very
one gifted a
beginning.
tier 1 sub to Paladin Warren.
Thank you for the gift sub, Cheesy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That is so kind of you. Thank you very much.
I never told you anything about my person, right? About Changin.
They both shake their heads. Taking a deep breath and clearing my throat, I close my eyes and cast my mind back to the forest all those years ago.
I was just a regular fox back then. I don't know how old I was. Foxes don't think like that. All we know about is eating snacks and lying in the sun. That was all I really did, all day long. No hobbies or jobs or responsibilities. Just existing.
Sounds kinda nice.
I knew what humans were in the same way I knew what leopards and bears were. Big and scary and something to avoid. It was rare to see one in the forest, but it happened. Most of the time, they were noisy enough that you could hear them coming from far away and hide. That was the first thing that was different about my person, Changin. I was taking a nap in one of my favorite spots, an old log that had fallen over. Changin came all the way over and sat down before they woke me up. And when they did, I panicked. I ran and hid as fast as I could. I think they were surprised too. They didn't try to catch me or stop me. Instead, they kept their distance and tossed me a little bit of the meat they were eating. I didn't trust them and didn't know why they were sharing, but it smelled pretty good. So I grabbed the food and ran away, and eventually they left. When I went back to my log the next day, Changin showed up again too. I ran away again, but they still didn't chase me and let me come back on my own. We did the same thing the next day, and the next day, and the next. Then, one day, I was in a new part of the forest. I liked wandering around even as a fox. I wasn't paying attention to where I was going, when suddenly, it felt like my leg was on fire. I didn't know what it was at the time, but I'd walked right into a trap that a hunter left.
Oh no.
I couldn't move as much as I tried, and it's still the scariest thing that ever happened to me. I was sure I was gonna die. Finally, Chongin showed up. At first, I thought they were there to finish me off. Instead, they were worried for me. They knelt down and got my foot out of the trap, and then wrapped it with a part of their shirt to stop it from bleeding. That was when I finally figured out they weren't going to hurt me. I kept going to the grove to see them, and they kept being there. I let them get close enough to touch me after that. Still, they didn't do it much. It was only to check on my leg and make sure it was healing okay.
Thank you for the hydrate! Oh, Cheesy, feel free to shower me with bits right now while I refill my drink. I'm ready. Give it to me. And thank you for the hydrate, Callisto. Ow! That was a lot of bits. Thank you, Cheesy. Cheers to Cheesy and to a kind human saving a fox. Cheers. $80 squats, yep. I'll do them as soon as the chapter is over, which I suspect will happen very, very soon. Maybe it will be more than 80. I'll try really, really hard to not gush more over Miho.
One day I went, and they were waiting like always, but they brought a lot more food than usual. And they gave it all to me, hardly eating anything themselves.
Thank you again, Cheesy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So kind of you. Thank you very much.
After I was finished, we sat together for a while. They sat on my log, and I laid in the grass nearby. Finally, they got up like usual and set two things on the ground. One was a bag of food, the same as they had just given me. The other was a little paper scroll. They patted me on the head for the first and only time. Then, they left our grove. At the time, I didn't think that day was anything special, other than the extra snacks.
Thank you for the head pat, thank you!
But it was the last time I'd ever see them.
Ow!
When I came back the next day, they weren't there. I waited, just in case they were late, but they never showed up. The scroll they left and some of the food were still there. Other animals had taken a lot of the food, but they didn't want the paper. I took the scroll with me when I left. I didn't know what it was, but it was theirs, so it had to be important. My only option was to carry it in my mouth. I went back again the next day, expecting them to show up, but they never did. I don't know how many more days it took before I realized they weren't coming back. Once I did, it was all I could think about. I kept looking for them, but I couldn't find them, as much as I wanted to.
Oh, poor fox.
I didn't even know why I wanted to see them so badly. Just that I did. While I was thinking about that, I started to choke. Something came out of nowhere and was stuck in my throat. Finally, I coughed it up. A bead. I'd never seen it before, and definitely never swallowed it. I left it and went back to my den, but it was waiting for me there too. No matter where I went, it was always waiting. So finally, I touched it with my nose.
So she produced the bead herself? Interesting.
Everything after that happened so fast. 1 second I was there, just a normal fox. The next, I was in this new form. Not sure how or why. Some things came to me naturally, like using my new body and walking on 2 feet, and even how to turn back into a fox.
I wonder how many times she face planted trying to walk as a human. Came to me naturally, my ass. She was so clumsy after turning back into a fox after just a month. Being a human for the first time in a lifetime, I bet she face planted a few times.
But I still thought like an animal and acted like one. I didn't know any words that I could even think with. I had to learn those, and all kinds of other human behaviors the hard way, after getting chased away from villages and strangers that I met. Over time, I learned how to hide and blend in, and steal, and just how to survive. I followed Jung-in's scent all the way to the ocean. I'd never seen so much water, not even close. I had no idea how huge it was. I boarded a ship like Jung-in had, not knowing that it would take me somewhere different than the one they took. And I've been looking for them ever since.
Yeah, she stole a lot. Like, we started the game by breaking into a 7-Eleven and just stealing a whole bunch of food. And we met Juliet by trying to steal a painting of her daughter. Well, we now know was her daughter. No wonder she reacted so emotionally about that. Look, she has tears in her eyes again. When I open my eyes again, they're heavy with tears, but this time I don't try to hide them. I didn't mean to talk for so long. But once I started remembering, everything else just came naturally. Oh, they're crying too! Turning to face Aspen and Juliet, I see that they're crying too.
Oh, Miho. They sound like they were a wonderful person.
I can see why you never stopped searching for them. They were truly special, weren't they?
Oh, she's gonna be again.
Yeah. Yeah, they really were.
Remembering how their hand felt on my head and the softness of their touch as they inspected my leg, those thoughts hurt as much as the hunter's trap did, but also they make me smile too. I've often worried that they might have forgotten me, but I don't think they did. They only knew me as a fox before I had any magic, so their memories should have stayed intact. Those days weren't long, but they were special to me, and I hope to Jung-in too. I mean, I'm sure making friends with a fox sounds really magical to me. And so, I don't want to let them become painful memories. I want to smile when I think about them.
Anyway, I'm sorry for getting so mad at you yesterday, Juliet. And for how I acted this morning with you, Aspen. I know that you both just wanted to keep me from getting hurt.
I think I could deal with that, Cheesy. I just need to remember, and I can add more squats as punishment if I fail.
But that's another thing too. It feels like you're always looking after me, or taking care of me. There are lots of things I'm still learning, but I'm not weak. I've taken care of myself for a long time, you know. So, I don't want it to be like that anymore.
Oh, word ban Miho would be mean, but I was able to deal with word ban girlfriend for Sino. All right, all right, all right. Let's try it. There we go. 10-minute timer. I'll just add box gush if I say her name by accident.
I want you to be honest with me from now on, both of you. Even if it's something that would make me sad or angry.
You know her name? The fox's name?
I promise that I won't run away without saying anything. I won't just disappear no matter what happens. Because if we're really friends, then we should trust each other, right? That's one of the things I've learned.
Yeah, let me move the timer out of the way. The text. There. Having said everything I wanted to, I finally sit down, taking a spot between the two of them, just like at breakfast every morning. For a second, the three of us sit there quietly, then Juliet begins to speak.
I hear what you say, Miho, and I agree. You're not the only one still learning things, you know? I have a long way to go too.
How old are you? But yeah, fair. You never fully learn, huh?
For years, I felt it for the best to remain open, but guarded. If I maintained a comfortable distance, even from those I call my dearest friends, then I would be protecting myself. By never getting to know anyone too well, by withholding any meaningful details of my life, I thought to avoid the pain of loss again. But all I've done is keep myself from experiencing that joy of companionship again, while even causing hurt to others. I'm not too experienced when it comes to being honest to myself. Or perhaps only honest to a point.
So maybe she's gonna tell Aspen too.
But you're right, Miho. That isn't how it should be. From here on out, I'll endeavor to be more open, more real, with both of you. For myself, and for you.
Really? Are you kidding, or is the timer really too fast? No, it's good. Like, I'm comparing it to my clock, and it's good. Yeah, it ticks every second. Yeah, it ticks every second. Y'all are just drunk. Juliet looks in our direction, but in particular at Aspen right now.
As such?
Yep, here we
Aspen?
go.
There's something that I'd like to tell you.
She begins telling Aspen about Cosette in much the same way she told me yesterday. I sit quietly and think about what she said. Hearing Juliet describe herself reminds me of me. In the end, we've both always been running away, haven't we? Despite how perfect and put together Juliet's always seemed, she's actually been struggling just as much. She was just better at hiding it than me. As Juliet recounts the vow she made in honor of Cosette, I see Aspen is listening with rapt attention, like when she gets really absorbed in one of her books. When Juliet finishes her story, both of them have to wipe their eyes. Aspen rummages around in her bag and pulls out a small pack of tissues, offering one to Juliet before noisily blowing her nose and wiping her eyes. You're not offering one to Miho? Did she? Okay, she's not crying, only those two are. Oh shit. There, I added one. In second half of the timer.
God, that's certainly a lot to take in.
Ow.
Thank you for telling me, though. Cosette sounds like she was a wonderful person, just like Johnine. I wish I could have met her.
I can't believe I forgot. I was like, do not say Miho, do not say Miho, do not say Miho, and then completely forgot it was even still. No, no shit. Ow. No. Was it 3? Was it 3? I don't remember. Okay, alright. There. Thank you, Cheesy. Or I hate you, Cheesy. Oh my god. Okay. Maybe I had a little bit too much eggnog because that was really stupid. Love you too, Cheesy. Alright, I set a clip marker.
I wish you could have as well. She would have had endless stories to recount. And I know she would have loved to share them.
As for all the other stuff, first of all, I promise, to both of you, I want us to be truly friends as well.
Truly friends. Yes, just Galpa. They were roommates.
I don't have anything quite so dramatic in my past, but I certainly know how it feels to be performative. I can hardly fault you for curating your self-image when I do the same thing. It's kind of funny, actually, and a little scary to hear you talk about Cosette and Zhuangyin. Because, as someone who will one day be past tense, I often wonder about how I'll be remembered when I'm gone.
Me too. A lot, actually.
Not that I expect that to be any time soon, but still, I hope that someone speaks of me just as fondly someday. There will be more than enough time for me to worry about that in the future, though. Right now, I'm glad we had this conversation. It was worth the near panic attack I had earlier, wondering what would be said tonight.
Poor Aspen.
Me too. I still have a lot to think about, and I'm still sad. But I don't want to be sad forever. I know it's not what they would have wanted for me either. But I do know that I'm lucky I met you two, and that you're my friends. I want it to stay like that.
My cheeks burn from saying something like that out loud for the first time ever. But I liked saying it, because it's true. Although I'd already made up my mind to stay, it's sitting here in the middle of the gardens that I know I made the right decision. For all the doubts I had, all the struggles, I'm thankful that it happened, and I can finally admit that to myself. Maybe it won't turn out the way I expected, but for once, I'm content with my life right now.
Well said. And don't worry, Miho. We're not going anywhere.
Yeah, you better don't. Even if it's not always perfect, it doesn't need to be. Just like Juliet.
Oh, Miho, I'm glad too. The first time you stepped into the Bell House was one of the luckiest days of my life.
Oh, that's so sweet. Oh. Meeting the fox changed her life, changed everyone's life. All I have to do is keep trying, like Aspen. So maybe another first time would be appropriate. Hopping up from the bench, I grab Aspen's hand and Juliet's hand and pull them to their feet too. Oh, he's so smushed. Then, spreading my arms as wide as I can, I pull them both into a hug. There we go, you got your hug, Olivia. We all got the hug, finally. I love Miho so much. Without hesitation, I feel them embrace me in return. From that first day at the cafe, all the way to now. It's chilly out here in the gardens, in the cool evening air, but it's warm in Aspen and Juliet's arms, and I smile to myself, and to them, and to anyone who may be watching. She's talking to us, chat.
Mine too.
After spending a bit more time walking around the gardens last night, Juliet and I went back to the library and Aspen took a bus back to her apartment. Once we got back, I fell asleep almost immediately, my brain finally getting some relief from all of the emotions of the last few days. Thank you for the head pat. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't think that counted as a +1. I wasn't gushing. I was saying I love her. Thank you, Cheesy. Thank you, thank you. In the morning, once I go downstairs for breakfast, it's pleasantly familiar. Toast, eggs, and fruit like always, and conversation about books and work and Wellington. Alright, I mean, if everyone says +1, sure. Let me just say, to actually make it count, she is so adorable and I love her so much and I can identify with her so much. Isn't she the cutest? There, this one counted for sure now. +5, no, go away, out. Yeah, I know, me too, like, oh. But that means you'll forget about her eventually. You'll forget everything. All the time you spent with her. Wouldn't that be kind of sad? After cleaning up, but before Aspen departs, Juliet clears her throat.
By the way, Aspen, I do believe this weekend is a special occasion. Am I correct?
Ooh?
I had been trying to ignore that until now, but yes.
Ooh?
Wait, what? What happens this weekend?
This Friday is my birthday. A brutal reminder that, like we just discussed, time won't wait for me.
Birthday! I know, right, Cheesy? Like, that would be so sad. And they both know that as soon as they don't see her for 24 hours, they'll just forget her. It is so sad.
Whoa! Humans have parties for that, right? Are you gonna have a party?
Really, Olivia? That's awesome! And look at Miho being so excited about birthdays.
No, I'm not turning 12.
Miho! Aspen! You don't need to be 12 to enjoy a party!
How old are you turning?
Not 12.
That was so funny, oh my god. See, I tell you, they have incredible chemistry. Oh, so many December birthdays, wow.
I thought parties were a thing you got to do your whole life.
Me too, Miho. Me too.
That's not fair that only 12-year-olds get to have them.
You tell them, Miho.
It's not like that. They're just one of those things that you grow out of.
How old are you, Aspen? You're like what? 22, 23, 24? You can have parties. Enjoy a party with your fox girlfriend.
Why?
I love her so much. Oh my god. Alright, I'll take the hit. Why not? I need to say how much I love her.
Why what?
Why do you grow out of them?
Her bro gets some more creases. Like she's trying to explain this as much to herself as to me.
It's just part of being an adult. You get older and older and you reach the real world and then you don't feel like having a party, I suppose.
You should have a party with your fox girlfriend.
When you're young, it's exciting getting older because there's so much you can't do as a child. Once you're an adult, you realize that what you thought adult life would be like isn't real.
But your fox girlfriend is real.
So instead of being excited that there's cake and ice cream, you start worrying about how many calories are in each.
What's a calorie?
Miho.
Never mind.
God, cheesy. Oh.
You know, Miho has a point.
Miho has a point.
She does?
She does.
I do.
You're never too old to have fun, as you both went out of your way to remind me. 25 can be just as much a reason to celebrate as 5.
I suppose you're right. For the record, I'm only turning 24. Thank you very much.
Wow, almost on the dot.
Still, I'm not the partying type. Plus, I told my parents I'd go visit them this weekend.
Take Miho with you. It's about time I get to meet the parents.
Just for a day, mind. I'll be back well before 24 hours have passed.
Aww. He worries about it. Aww.
Oh, that's wonderful. I'm sure they'll be overjoyed to see you.
I only listed from 22 to 25, okay?
I'm sure they will be, at least for a little while. I still wouldn't want to stay for more than a weekend, even without Miho to keep in mind. Longer than that, and my mum and I would probably go crazy.
Yeah, I wonder if video chat like refreshes the spell. What about texting? What about streaming? What if Miho became a live streamer? That would be so interesting. Like her regulars would remember her, but for everyone else, she would just be a new streamer every day, right? And they're like, why am I like following this streamer? I've never seen her before.
I'm not leaving Welly until late Saturday evening, though.
Yeah, exactly, like, where did the streamer come from? Why does she have hundreds of thousands of views? Why am I subscribed? You know, that'd be really funny.
Would you mind going with me to the bus stop on that day, Miho? Just to be extra safe.
Aww. I would say pictures wouldn't work, right? Just from a, like, logical perspective. But then... yeah, Yeah, you don't want to test it, right? Because what if you're wrong? You just forget your friend?
Yeah, of course.
Even without a party, would you let us treat you to dinner on Friday evening? We can go wherever you like.
Oh. I feel like it has to be live to work.
That would be nice, thank you. No gifts though. It won't be a party.
Ooh, we're gonna make it the best party ever.
That's easy, because I wouldn't know what to get you anyway. Where do you want to go?
I'm not sure yet, but I'll let you two know. Maybe you can come over on Friday evening, and we'll go from there.
Come over? Where?
To her apartment.
To my apartment? I do have my own place to live, you know.
I love their interactions are so good.
And, well, it isn't anything special, but I felt I should at least let you two see it. Only if you want to.
We get to see our apartment. Yay.
Of course I want to!
I mean it. It's the definition of average. I'm not even sure if it can fit 3 people.
Oh, so like my house?
I lived in a dirt hole for most of my life. I can handle anything.
She's not even wrong about that.
Good point. You'll feel right at home then.
I'd love to come visit as well. Thank you for the invitation.
Great. I'll clean up and make sure the cats are on their best behavior. It's been quite a while since we've had company.
She has cats? Miho, don't eat the cats. But she has cats? That's so awesome.
I can't wait!
The 3 of us chit-chat for a little bit longer until it's time for us all to split up for the day.
Miho, do you have any plans for the day?
Not yet. Why?
I was planning to go see a movie soon.
Hey,
would you like to come with me?
It's a date.
You're more than welcome to, of course, Juliet, but I imagine it's rather late for you.
Unfortunately so. I'll be up a while longer, but I wouldn't be able to make it through an entire movie. I hope that you enjoy it, though.
Miho's first movie.
Miho? It's fine if you don't want to come along, but the showing starts in an hour, so we'd need to leave soon. I prefer to get there before it's crowded.
Me too. Like, my wife, she's okay with showing up to the movie after it started, but I need to be there before it's crowded, comfy in my seat, ready for the previews to start. Oh, interesting, Callisto. Well, we're on the Aspen path, huh?
Sure, I'll go. It's like watching a really big TV, right?
Oh, she's so... I like her.
Precisely. I'm sure you'll have a great time. Have fun, both of you. I'll see you two later.
See ya!
Good night!
She's a little bit too happy that Juliet declined. With that, Juliet waves goodbye and goes to bed.
Are you ready to go?
I count that as pre-gush. I stopped myself before I gushed.
Yep, I am.
It was more of a trickle than a gush. Aspen leads the way outside and down the road.
So what movie are we gonna see?
It's based off a book that I read a long time ago. I should have mentioned that it's a horror movie.
Oh no!
That won't be a problem for you, right?
Oh no! I don't think she's good with horror.
Nah, it's fine. What's a horror movie?
Oh, Miho!
A scary movie. This one's about a creepy clown that terrorizes a small town.
Oh, It? I haven't seen It.
A clown? How is that scary?
Oh, Miho, you're gonna get a phobia of clowns.
Well, he's not a regular clown, although those are frightening enough on their own. You'll just have to see, I suppose.
Alright. I didn't know you like scary things.
I don't watch them that often, but like I said, I read the book a long time ago, so I already know what happens.
I know, right? Like, she will never watch another movie ever again. She'll be scared of clowns forever.
It's just interesting to see how well it gets translated to the screen. If it ends up being too much for you, just let me know. Not everyone has the stomach for these sorts of films.
Yeah, it's also quite a strong movie to show someone who literally has never seen a movie before, right? Maybe start with something gentle, you know?
Okay.
The movie theater is on the same street as the Bell House, but a lot further down. It's the one that Juliet showed me before. Back then, I told her that I didn't think I'd be interested in scary movies, but here I am anyway. It's not something I'd go see by myself, though. Aspen pays for both of our tickets, saying I could just pay her back later. We go inside through a pair of glass doors like the ones at the museum.
Do you want any snacks?
Of course! What do they have?
Oh, interesting, Callisto and Cheesy. I guess that makes sense, huh?
Well, traditionally you have popcorn at the movies. They also have candy and other things too.
Cause like, you know, your date is gonna make you feel safe and you're gonna feel a bit closer to them. You're gonna like, you know, maybe develop some feelings cause they'll protect you.
If you'd like, we can share some popcorn.
Share some popcorn? Oh, it's a real date.
Sounds good. I've never had popcorn from a machine like that before.
She's so happy.
Let's change that then.
Aspen goes up to the counter and places our order while I wait nearby. A minute later, she approaches me carrying an enormous tub of popcorn. It's at least as big as my head, ears and all.
Whoa, that's huge!
Papo, good seeing you. Oh man, Papo. You missed me crying on stream over this game. It was so emotional. I cried so much, but now things are good again. Now we're happy again. We're on a date and things are gonna be good. Mwah. Thank you, Callisto. Thank you. Oh, I hope you enjoyed being out though. That sounds fun. I had a lot of brain farts.
Considering how much they charge for it, it's only fair. Come on, let's go sit down.
I follow her down a hallway and through another door where I finally get my first look at a movie screen. A tiramisu cocktail? That sounds so cool. Yeah, I can't believe I accidentally said the name and then... Yeah, that was very, very, very stupid. Cheesy outsmarted me and then I outsmarted myself.
Whoa! That's huge too!
It makes my TV look like a toy in comparison. In fact, it's probably bigger than my entire room. We go up some stairs and then sit down in one of the back rows near the middle. Aspen holds the bucket of popcorn in her lap and grabs a handful, right as something starts to play on the screen. Immediately, my ears are assaulted by blaring music and booming speech. With the sound coming from all around, I instinctively cover my ears at first.
Is it supposed to be this loud?
Unfortunately. I have to yell just to make myself heard.
Yes, but we're not. It's like the library. These are just previews for other movies that are coming out soon. But once the real thing starts, we're not supposed to talk. Although, it's not like there are many other people around that we'd be disturbing.
She's right, we're the only people in the theater right now. This must be why she wanted to see the movie this early in the day. Eventually, I get used to the volume level. I grab a handful of popcorn from the bucket to munch on, and I'm surprised by how tasty it is.
Whoa! This?
I slap my other hand over my mouth to shut myself up, which makes Aspen laugh. She leans over to whisper,
It's fine. We won't bother anyone. It's just good to know for the next time you see a movie.
She's so cute.
Oh. Okay.
So cute.
This is really good.
Like, the only popcorn she ever had would have been like stale store-bought one, right? Never fresh. We sit through a few minutes worth of previews before our movie finally begins. Aspen and I, mostly me if I'm being honest, are almost halfway through the popcorn already. Same though. Whenever I get popcorn for the movie, I'm like pretty much done in the first 10 minutes. The movie gets right into the action. Within the first couple minutes, the clown Aspen mentioned is already causing chaos. I thought clowns were supposed to be funny, but apparently this one didn't get the memo. I'm not bored, but I'm not exactly scared either. At one point, there's a loud bang as the evil clown jumps out of the darkness. Oh, Aspen! Beside me, Aspen jumps in her seat, almost spilling the popcorn on the floor. Embarrassed, she wraps her arms tighter around it so it doesn't happen again. The movie lasts a lot longer than I expected. By the time we leave, it's almost lunchtime, although I'm too full of popcorn to be hungry. Stepping out and into the sunlight, I notice Aspen's face is pale and she wipes her hands on her blouse.
So, how did you like it?
Oh, she's scared.
It was alright. I don't think I was ever very scared, though.
That's good. I thought I would be okay since I knew what was going to happen, but it startled me a few times.
Oh, poor Aspen.
Yeah, I noticed.
At one point, she was even covering her eyes.
Well, there's a reason I don't watch those types of movies very often. I'm glad you had a nice time, though.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me. Maybe next time we can see something that's easier to watch.
She wants there to be a next time. Oh. Finally, Aspen manages a smile.
Yes, I'd like that.
Alright. Where could we go? At the beach, I spot some kids shaping mounds of sand into the shape of a building. I think it's called a sandcastle. My curiosity gets the better of me. Unfortunately, I lack shovels, or buckets. But I have two perfectly good hands. I carry handfuls of wet sand away from the water so that my castle won't see an immediate untimely end. When I'm satisfied with my supply, I kneel down and start to construct firm pillars that will be the basis of my castle. But about halfway through, I realize I don't have a particularly clear image of what castles look like. Just that they're tall and big and detailed. My sand version looks more like... It kind of just looks like piles of dirt. Yeah. Oh well, I tried. I kick over my wannabe castle with gusto, and that's just as much fun in its own way. Alright. Friday morning. Man, I would have could have sworn that the chapter was about to end. I think we've been everywhere but the waterfront. The view from the waterfront is really just the best on a clear day. I take a long, refreshing sit and enjoy the seemingly endless expanse of water. Sometimes it's nice to just enjoy the sight of nature without any expectations. But my patience is rewarded with the sight of dolphins passing by. They're far away, just the smallest glimpses of dorsal fins moving in a group, but they're unmistakably dolphins. I whip my head around, and it doesn't seem like anyone near me has noticed them, but I guess nobody else is really staring out into the horizon either. What a nice surprise. Okay, alright. I love dolphins too, they're so cool. We went whale watching once and we saw some dolphins. Like our boat passed next to like a school of dolphins and it was amazing. All right, so I'm getting really tired. If after the birthday party the chapter isn't over yet, I think I'm just gonna stop either way. Because I also still need to do the 69 plus 17 squats. Later in the evening, Aspen sends a message to Juliet to let her know that she's ready for us to come over, and the two of us walk down to the address she gave us. Juliet leads the way, of course, since I don't know many of the streets by name. We eventually arrive at an unremarkable looking apartment building, just a few stories tall and without many decorations out front.
This is the place. I believe she's on the ground floor.
Not too far away, one of the doors swings open and Aspen pokes her head out to wave us over.
Miho, Juliet, over here.
Aspen!
Oh, look how happy, she replied. She holds the door open with one hand while pushing something away with her feet. The cats! It's the cats!
No! Stay back, you two.
I freeze halfway to where she is.
What's wrong?
Oh, she thinks she's talking about them.
I said, no, not you, Miho. I'm talking to the cats.
Aspen gestures for us to come inside while keeping an eye on the floor. Juliet and I hurry in and Aspen shuts the door behind us.
Well, ta-da! Or something.
Whoa!
The entire place is just one room, except for a small bathroom. Right across from the door is a tiny kitchen area with a fridge, stove, and microwave. Our place looks cool. What's with that coat though? That's like a weird style. Everything else is basically a bedroom. There's a dresser, a small desk with a computer, and Aspen's bed itself. Some luggage and boxes are scattered around, which I'm guessing were part of Aspen's cleanup.
I hope that was the good kind of woe.
It's lovely, Aspen. I adore the fairy lights and plants. They make it feel very welcoming. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thanks. It was a good whoa, don't worry.
I didn't really have any expectations, but I'm still kind of surprised by how small it is. I figured she'd been exaggerating that part at least a little bit. The decorations make it feel fitting for Aspen though. Yeah, Miho, not everyone can live in a giant library mansion. Not everyone has generational vampire wealth. Right, hateable vermin, it reminds me of the jackets the boat salesman in Monkey Island wears. Two pairs of green eyes peek at us from around the corner, and both cats go dashing under the bed as we step further in.
Sorry there's not more space to sit down. You can see why I don't have company over very often. You can sit on the bed if you'd like. Or the computer chair.
Oh, it's fine. I'm okay on the floor.
Aww. I take a seat with my back against the dresser, while Juliet sits down on the bed as invited. Aspen ends up taking the sole chair for herself. Almost as soon as I sit down, I spring back up, remembering the occasion.
Oh yeah! Happy birthday!
Happy birthday, Aspen! Happy birthday. Are they gonna sing? I hope they're gonna sing.
Yes. Happy birthday, Aspen. Here's to another wonderful year.
Thank you. This year has been pretty good, I must say.
Narrowing my eyes, I inspect Aspen, who notices and frowns at me.
Can I help you?
You don't look any older.
Did you think it was gonna be like an instant change, Miho?
I'm glad to hear that. It doesn't just happen overnight on your birthday, though. Not that you would be aware of that, I suppose. Anyway, enough about that. Are you too hungry? We've already done everything there is to do here, I believe. Now you understand why I never have people over.
Oh, poor Aspen.
It's fine. I don't mind just sitting around. But yeah, I'm always ready to eat.
Me too. Me too.
Have you decided where you want to go?
I think so. There's a seafood restaurant that isn't too far away that I enjoy, but don't go to very often. Does that work for both of you?
I wonder if Miho had seafood before. Like, she talked about fishing, right? And as a fox, she clearly had fish, but when I hear seafood, I think like a bit more exotic than fish.
I'm okay with anything. I just like food.
Oh, me too. Me too.
Indeed. It's your birthday, so we'll have whatever you want.
All right, all right. Let's get going then.
The restaurant is a bit of a walk from Aspen's apartment, but it's a nice day, so I don't mind. We end up at a pier not too far from the museum I visited. It's not a very big place, but it's bigger than the Bell House. Half of it shuts out over the ocean itself. We get seated right away at a long table with metal stools.
It sure smells fishy.
It's supposed to. That means it's fresh.
Our waiter brings 3 menus, setting one in front of each of us and promises to come take our order soon. Aspen and Juliet both pick up their menus and start to flip through, so I do the same.
Let me know if you need help reading anything, Miho.
Click. Nice.
Thanks.
Fortunately, there are plenty of pictures. The Bell House could learn a thing or two from here. I'm even able to read some of the words like fish and corn, but there are others that I don't recognize at all.
What do you usually get here, Aspen?
Well, they're most well known for their crab, although it's very messy. And expensive, so I've never had it.
It's your birthday, you should get it.
I usually get the clam chowder or fish and chips if I want to hate myself later.
Hey Callisto, clam chowder. Oh, I'm getting hungry hearing them talk about it. I love crab too. Man, when I went to BronyCon what was it? 19? The last one? A friend took us to this like place where they had crab cakes, which apparently is a specialty in Baltimore, and holy shit, they were so good. So good. We also went to what's it called? The shrimp company from Forrest Gump. They had like really good stuff as well.
Oh.
I'm making myself hungry talking about food.
That's chowder.
Oh, Miho! And interesting, Cheesy. I wouldn't have known that.
It's like a thick soup.
Oh!
Is she gonna ask what soup?
Isn't it hard to eat clams? I've tried before, but I couldn't get past the shells.
Oh, Miho! Oh, no!
They do that for you. No shells involved.
Whoa! That's nice of them.
I'm sure they'd be glad to hear that. Is there something you usually order when you go out to eat?
Oh, I've never been to a restaurant before. Unless you count the Bell House.
Oh, Miho!
Well, not as a paying customer, at least. But I know how they work because I've seen them on TV.
I hope you enjoy your first time then.
I hope she'll get to enjoy other first times with you.
I will.
Both of you, feel free to order whatever you'd like. Don't worry about the price.
Oh, that's so nice of her. Aspen can get her crab.
Don't worry, I wasn't.
Miho! A nearby door swings open, and for a second, I can see into the kitchen as another waiter comes out, carrying a big bucket. A number of spiny claws and legs poke out of it.
Wait, is that...
They take the bucket to another table and set it down, along with a big pile of napkins.
The crab? Yes.
I watch intently, curious to see how these people are going to get past the shells.
You shouldn't stare, you know.
I ignore her. I have to know. They grab some utensils that I've never seen before and use those to crack the shells. I watch, fascinated while they do. Turning back to Aspen and Juliet, I've made up my mind.
I want that!
Good for you, Miho. Good for you. Clams were too hard, but I used to love eating crab. It's been a long, long time since I've had it, though.
It would be nice to try at least once.
Sounds like it's settled then.
Our waiter shows back up, a few glasses of water in hand, and Juliet orders for all of us. The waiter takes the menus back, saying our food should be out before too long. I sip my water and look around, enjoying the new experience.
Have you ever been here before, Juliet?
I haven't. As I'm sure you know, I don't go out to eat very often. I've been to similar restaurants before, though.
You went to the Bell House back when it first opened, didn't you? I seem to recall you telling me that once.
I did, yes. I can still remember what I had. A chai latte with a blueberry scone.
Chai latte. I want a chai latte now.
Were you working there yet?
Oh no, it was a few years before I came to Welly. Although, Regina, my boss, wants to expand. There's going to be a second location opening in a couple months.
Right, Papa?
She asked me if I would consider being store manager.
Oh my god, store manager! Congrats!
Oh, congratulations! That's quite the honor.
You'd get to run the whole place?
I would still be working for her, but otherwise, yes. I haven't decided if I want to do it or not, though.
You should.
It would be a lot more work and responsibility, obviously. It would take up much more of my time, too.
Okay, maybe not.
I'm not sure if I want to put myself through that.
That's understandable. I do think you'd be well suited for it, though.
Yeah, you already do a lot at the other Bell House.
Thanks. Yes, it is tempting.
I told her I'll think about it and give her an answer by the end of next month. The building it'll be in is already a coffee shop, so it won't take too long to convert. It all depends on some other things, really.
Like what?
Well, for one, I'd been thinking about keeping this a secret until I hear back, but I finally finished a draft of my manuscript.
Oh, nice!
I sent it off to a few publishers to see what they think.
Oh, congratulations, Aspen. That's a stunning achievement.
And maybe she's gonna be a professional writer.
Yeah! What are you gonna do with all your free time now?
Write the next book? Go on dates with Miho?
Thank you. That's a good question. I'm sure I'll spend plenty of it worrying. Other than that, I will need to find some new ways to fill my day.
A new girlfriend would? Just saying. Just saying.
If all goes well, then I won't have time to help out at the new store. I'm getting rather ahead of myself, though. It's only been a little over a week since I submitted it.
Oh. I hope it works out for you.
Me too.
We sit and talk about the usual stuff for maybe 15 or 20 minutes before our waiter comes out of the kitchen, carrying a giant bucket like the one we saw earlier. Both of their faces. Aspen and I both gasp in awe as they place it on the table before us with a flourish, giving us a stack of napkins and tools like the other group.
Well, let's not just stare. Dig in!
Miho poke! Maybe I should make that an emote.
I don't even know where to start.
I grab one of the pieces closest to me. It's hot. So hot I drop it on my plate. Aspen does the same thing with a yelp of pain. Y'all suck. Juliet, on the other hand, seems totally unbothered as she calmly claims a portion for herself. Leaning in close, I blow on my food to try to cool it down. While I do, I watch Juliet to observe how she does it. She smiles when she notices me watching and turns her hands to give me a better view as she uses the tool to crack the shell and get to the meat. Aspen seems to know what she's doing too, once it's cool enough for her to handle. Now, I just need to give it a try. I try to mimic what I saw Juliet do. After a moment of squeezing really hard, it finally works.
That was a lot easier than trying to use my own claws.
I should hope so.
I pile it onto my fork and take a big bite, finally getting to enjoy my prize. I feel my eyes go wide with how good it is.
Enjoying it?
Man, my mouth is watering reading about all the food. It's making reading a bit hard.
Yeah.
I quickly finish the piece I was eating and then rush to grab another one. It's a lot easier to crack now that I know what I'm doing. For a while, the only sounds coming from our table are those of us enjoying our food and the occasional sip of water. When our waiter comes by to give us refills, they look a little shocked at how much we've already gone through. When the bucket is finally empty and I sadly toss the shell of my last piece into the waste bag, Juliet seems to pick up on it.
Are you still hungry, Miho?
Hungry? No. Do I want to eat more? Yes. That was delicious.
That is such a big mood. Me with everything. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Juliet glances at Aspen, who shrugs.
I could eat more.
The next time the waiter passes by, Juliet flags them down with a smile.
Could we get a second order of this, please?
Wow. It feels like it may as well be my birthday instead of Aspen's. Oh, that was so cute. By the time we get through the second bucket, even I can't eat anymore, and we leave the restaurant in a bit of a daze.
I don't know if I've ever been this full in my life.
Me too. I think I'm set on crab for a long time now. Thanks for dinner though, Juliet. It was wonderful.
Of course, it was my pleasure. I hope you've had a nice birthday.
Yeah, wasn't it a nice party in the end, Aspen?
I certainly have. Now, if I can make it back home, I'll call it a success. I feel like I've put on several kilos just from that meal.
Would you like me to call you a taxi?
No, it's fine. Walking some of this off will be good for me. I still have to pack and get ready for tomorrow.
I suppose Miho and I will head home as well then. Does that sound okay, Miho?
Yeah, let's just walk slow.
Poor Miho. Still, I managed a weak wave.
Bye, Aspen. Happy birthday again.
It's so nice seeing Miho happy again after all the pain.
Thank you again. Good night to you both. I'll see you two tomorrow.
Aspen trudges off, but Juliet somehow seems unfazed.
Shall we be off?
Taking a deep breath, I steel myself for the long walk home.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go. The afternoon of Aspen's departure, she's unusually quiet. Although she shows up to breakfast like normal, she barely says a word through the whole meal other than things like, yes please and no thanks. On the way she keeps checking her phone and messing with her face and clothes, I can tell something must be on her mind. I figure she's just antsy about her trip, so I don't bring it up or try to talk to her. Instead, Juliet and I mostly chat until we're done eating and the dishes are cleaned up. The moment we're finished, Aspen perks up a little bit.
Miho, are you ready to go to the bus station?
Yeah. This way, you have as much time as possible to get back.
Precisely. Thank you.
Of course.
Before departing, Juliet approaches Aspen and gives her a hug. From the outside, I realize that hugs look kinda weird. People have come up with the strangest ways to show they care about each other.
Safe travels, Aspen. Let us know when you get there.
Will do. I won't have reception while traveling, but I'll send a message as soon as I'm home.
How long's your trip?
If it was by car, only a couple hours. It'll be closer to 4 by bus, though. I'll take an early one on the way back tomorrow just to be safe.
I would be so anxious. What if something happens? What if the bus breaks down? What if there's an accident? You know, like, God. If I were Miho, I wouldn't be able to deal with people gone.
Ample reading time, it sounds like.
Oh, yes.
She drums her fingers on a book tucked into her bag.
Patricia and I have a lot of catching up to do.
Although she's still fidgety, it seems like Aspen's remembered how to speak. After spending an unusually long amount of time adjusting her skirt and hair, she finally faces me brightly.
Well, shall we be off, Miho?
Yep.
Goodbye, Aspen. Good night, Miho.
Bye.
Later.
Aspen holds the front door open for me as we exit the library.
Where exactly is the bus station?
Not too far from my apartment. We'll pass it by on the way there.
Should we stop by and say hi to the cats? I'm sure they'd love to see me.
I'm so glad Miho likes the cats.
They're going to be angry enough at me for leaving for a day. I'm not sure I want to traumatize them right before I go.
Dang it. I've never gotten along with cats.
Aww.
Have you known many?
Only a few. Some of the strays have some really good stories to tell.
She can speak, cat? That's so cool. Of course she can. Oh, they look so cute together. The two of us walk along in silence for a little bit before Aspen pokes me on the shoulder. I've gotten more used to physical contact like that, but it still surprises me every time.
What's it like talking to an animal, anyway? How do you do it?
I'm not sure. It was just something that I knew how to do, like making a den. A lot of the time, you can just feel what they mean without saying it. I don't know how to put it.
No, that makes sense. There are some things that you just can't put into words, as much as you'd like to.
Exactly! I have the problem a lot. I'll bet you don't, though.
I bet she does too.
You'd lose that bet quite handily.
Yep.
Why? I'd say I struggle to put things into words more than anything.
Really? How? I thought you loved writing.
I do, usually. But it's not that simple. Sometimes you just can't use any old words. You have to use the right ones. And often that means going through lots and lots of the wrong ones until you find them.
That sounds very frustrating.
I think it's easier the way animals do it.
Yeah, you just sniff each other's butts and you know everything you need to know.
It certainly sounds like it. I often wonder if I could talk to Percy and Byron, what they would have to say. Maybe they just complain about me not feeding them enough or something.
Probably.
Do you want me to ask them?
It's tempting, but no thanks. As long as I don't know for a fact that they're saying rude things, I can convince myself that they're not. Rather like that other cat in the box.
Cats like being in boxes, so they probably wouldn't be complaining.
Not quite what I meant, but I'll take it.
Oh, she was talking about Schrodinger's cat. For a bit, Aspen hums quietly to herself while we walk. I don't know if she knows that I can hear her. Even though she's being more chatty, there's still something that seems a little off about Aspen. I can't quite place my finger on what it is, though. At one point, she checks her phone and starts to walk a little bit quicker.
Are you looking forward to going home?
If she has to think about it, that kind of answers my question.
I am, yes. But like I said, I prefer to only do so for a day or two at a time.
'Cause of your parents?
A little. They're not really that bad, though. Mum's a worrywart and Dad isn't, so Mum feels like she needs to worry enough for both of them. It's not too bad over the phone, but when I'm there, Mum always tries to convince me to stay and move back.
Aww.
So I tell them they should move out here instead, and Mum goes into why they can't, and it's just tiresome.
That sounds very tiresome.
Sounds like she cares about you a lot.
She does. And I love her too, don't get me wrong. It's more the town than them. Or rather, the lack thereof.
What do you mean?
Oh, does she live like super rural?
They live in the middle of nowhere.
Yikes.
Mum loves it out in the countryside and says she can't live without her backyard view and half a kilometre from the nearest neighbours. I, on the other hand, can't live without bookstores and coffee shops and high-speed internet.
Same though.
So that's why you moved to Wellington?
That's why I moved to Wellington. It seemed like a necessity to make it as an author.
I try to put together the things she's been telling me into one big picture.
Can you only find the right words here?
Exactly. At least, that's what I thought before I came. Turns out that moving to a new city won't magically make you a better writer. Or even a writer at all. Back when I was in school, I used to daydream about what life in the big city must be like. busy and important things happening during the day, and then nights full of excitement and sparkling wonder.
I love sparkling wonder.
Instead, it's the Bell House, and a tiny apartment the size of my living room back home. I thought if I put myself in this new environment, then I'd grow into the type of person who belonged there. I learned the hard way that places don't change who we are. Still, better to be struggling to make it in the city than doing nothing out in the boonies, I tell myself.
I think it sounds pretty nice. Peace and quiet, nothing to have to worry about.
Ugh, not you too. That's exactly what my mum says. Trust me, it sounds better hearing about it than living it. Just like Wellington. Or any city, I'd imagine. I'm sure even Wellington must seem like a bore compared to some of the places you've been to, like Shanghai or Seoul.
Well, yeah. I still like it though. Those cities are too big for me. They're noisy and loud and smell bad, and anything can be dangerous. You have to be on your guard all the time. It's not like that here. The scariest thing I've seen was a movie.
That's true. I'm glad. I'm glad you liked it enough to stay.
Me too.
Me too.
See, she really is just me. We're well into the city, pretty far past Cuba Street and the Bell House. Now that I've been there once, I also recognize the Papa, the museum, when we pass it. By now, there isn't much I don't recognize. I've been all over this part of Wellington enough that I could probably get from here to Mount Victoria with my eyes closed. I memorized other cities the same way when I lived there, but for the most part, once I left, I forgot all about them. I'm not sure I'd ever be able to forget the streets of Wellington, though, even if I wanted to. Instead of humming, Aspen starts fidgeting again as we walk, messing with her phone and purse and hat and glasses. I recognize the shops and apartment buildings from the walk to Aspen's house, so we can't be very far from the station.
Are you nervous?
Me?
That was a very nervous response. Very, very nervous.
No. Why would I be? Do I seem nervous?
A lot.
Yeah. Is it because of the bus? You don't have to worry about that. I've ridden on them lots of times and they only broke down like once.
No, it's not that. I mean, no, I'm not nervous.
Okay.
I've never seen Aspen more nervous, but I still don't push it. I can hear and smell the bus station before I see it, and then it comes into view. There are 2 or 3 buses parked or passing through. I wonder if one of them is Aspen's. We stop across the street and she checks her phone again, then puts it away.
You're not late, are you? Oh, I could have walked faster.
I bet she's like hoping to hear back from her manuscript.
No, we're right on time. It'll be here any minute now.
Cool. I'll wait with you till it arrives.
Oh. I start to cross the road but stop when I notice Aspen isn't following. Instead, she's still standing on the sidewalk, gripping the strap on her back tightly.
Aspen?
I trot back to her, looking around to see if I'm missing something, but there's nothing other than a couple people waiting far away at the station.
Are you alright?
Oh, she looks pretty. She blinks a couple times and then takes a deep, deep breath before facing me.
Miho, I have to tell you something.
Uh-oh. Is it a good something? Is she gonna tell me she loves me, oh? Or is it a bad something? Is she gonna go away and not come back? The effect of her words is immediate. Dot. Dot. Like she cast a spell, my heart starts to race. Whatever she's going to say must be why she was acting so weird all afternoon. Is it something bad? Is she not going to come back after all? See? Miho and I, we have the same thoughts every time.
Yeah?
I barely managed to croak out an answer. I can't handle more heartbreak so soon.
It's something that I've been thinking about telling you for a long time. But it was one of those things where I wasn't sure how. Or when. Because I didn't know how you'd take it.
She's gonna tell me she loves me! What could it even be? We just saw Juliet, so it can't be anything to do with her. Lena?
But then, after we all talked the other night, I realized that I should just say it anyway.
Say it.
Because no matter what, I know I would regret it more later if I didn't.
Say it.
Who knows how many more chances I might get.
Say it.
So I thought about it. A lot. What the right words were. And I just couldn't figure it out.
Say it.
So I didn't prepare. I'm just saying this, somehow. And hoping. God, I'm actually saying this, aren't I?
I'm so excited! Her grip on her hat shifts, clutching it so tightly her knuckles are turning white. I feel frozen in place, not sure what to do or say. All I can do is stare, my heart feeling like it's going to explode out of my chest while she looks down at the ground. Whispering something to herself, she wrings her hat in her hands before finally looking back at me.
There's something I want you to know. Miho, I...
Love you?
I used to think that there was no way someone like you could exist. Someone who looks at the world like you do, and is honest about what you see, the good and the bad. And at the same time, someone who doesn't realize just how much she has to offer. Just how much you make people happy. But here you are. Maybe meeting you used up all my luck for the rest of my life. But here you are. And I love you. And I just couldn't keep not telling you that. In case maybe you love me too.
Oh, that was beautiful. Oh, that makes me want to cry again, but this time for good reasons. Oh, that is so sweet.
I couldn't keep just hoping and wondering and not knowing. And now that I've said it, it feels so good to have out there. I love you, Miho. I love you.
I'm actually gonna cry. Oh no. Oh no, that is so sweet.
At first, I wasn't sure because everything seemed too perfect and unreal. I thought that I was just letting myself get carried away like I always do. A silly little daydream, but it's true. It makes me feel silly how much already. When I think of how utterly stupid it always sounded to me when reading about love at first sight. But how could it be anything else? I don't believe in coincidence, Miho. My life was changed the moment I saw you. I just didn't know it yet. Now I do. Now we both do. I love you, Miho. It's out there, and I can't take it back.
Her words drift away into the air as we look at each other in silence. My head is TV static. buzzing with nothing to show. Not because it's empty, but because there's too much for me to process. Aspen, in love? With me? Wind whips past my face as a bus rolls by, pulling into the station. I barely notice it, barely able to notice anything. Aspen is in love with me? I don't know what to say. Huh? But Aspen raises a finger to her lips.
Shh. Don't tell me.
I said it now before I leave for a reason, because I thought you might say that. Tomorrow, whatever it is you feel, I'll hear it then.
I look at her face for some guide on how to respond, but she just gives a smile, a weak, fragile smile. Left dumbfounded, I nod. The music is so good. Aspen is in love with me? Returning her hat to her head, Aspen sighs like she just finished a hard day's work.
Well, that's it. All I have to say, I suppose. As if that wasn't one of the most important things I've ever said in my life.
Yeah, please nothing bad. I have a good feeling though.
That's my bus. So, I'll see you tomorrow, Miho. And no matter what, it's okay.
Hi, Aspen.
If we just carry on being friends like normal, I'm fine with that. More than fine. I'm just glad that I took the chance to tell you.
Aww. For how nervous she was a few minutes ago, she does seem a lot calmer now. I may as well be a statue as Aspen starts to walk past me, but then she pauses.
May I give you a goodbye hug?
That much I can respond to, at least.
Yeah.
We wrap our arms around each other, that weird human custom. Everything may have just changed, but she's still the same Aspen she was when we left the library. I try to listen for what she might be saying without words as she squeezes me tight. Finally, she steps away with a smile. It might be the most genuine one I've ever seen on her face.
Bye, Miho.
Bye.
I make my way back to the library like a zombie, my feet moving without really thinking about it. Aspen's words keep replaying over and over in my head. I get them, but I can't make sense of them. There's not a sound to be heard from the empty aisles when I enter, Juliet having finished tidying up in the hour or so that's passed since I left. After a quick glance around, I head out towards the stairs. When I head up to the second floor, I spot a sliver of light from underneath Juliet's bedroom door. I knock, and it opens just a moment later. Juliet greets me with a calm smile at first, but the corners of her mouth falter as she looks at my face. I don't quite know what expression I'm making right now. I don't know what I'm even feeling to begin with.
Miho? Did something happen?
So I'm gonna suspect they're gonna kiss when she comes back. I hope.
Aspen said she's in love with me.
Oh, I see.
Juliet's not the type to be shocked easily. That's why I wanted to see her for advice. But she's even less surprised than I thought she would be.
Give me just a moment, and I'll meet you in my study.
Damn, poor Miho. She had to go through so much. Learning about death, learning about, what was her name? Cosette? And now learning that a human is in love with her. Oh my god. Well, I'm pretty sure that would have what would have happened if he would have chosen the other route. Cosette, thank you, Callista. I nod and head over there, opening the door. As I walk into the darkness, I'm met by several pair of eyes.
What?
Just as startled as I am, several bats begin to flap their wings and noisily take flight, chittering overhead before most of them leave out the open window. Biggest one watches me for a bit longer before departing as well. By the time Juliet enters the study and turns on the lamp, it's just me and her.
Sorry I scared off all your bats.
It's fine. Don't worry. I'll be back before too long.
We settle down into the same seats as last time, with Juliet behind her desk and me across from it.
So, Aspen.
Yeah. Aspen.
I wonder what Aspen's thinking right now. Is her head as much of a mess as mine? Probably, knowing her.
We had just gotten to the bus station when she stopped and said it. She said she waited until just before she left, so she didn't have to hear my feelings until tomorrow, when she gets home.
And what are your feelings?
Indeed, what are your feelings?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't ever thought about love or someone being in love with me. I don't even really know what it means. I know the word, but how does it feel? How would I know? The other day, you talked about how much you loved Cosette, and how you didn't know much about love before then. This is a different love from that, right?
She thinks to herself for a while, carefully considering her answer. I'm glad she does. At least one of us can stand back and think over this properly.
Yes and no. Of course, the bond between a parent and their child is different than that of two partners, but it comes from the same part of the heart. The part that you give away to somebody else. Love is when you care about another person so much that the feeling becomes bigger than you. When your life is more full and joyful for the presence of that person in it. I could throw out any number of cliches, but they'd be meaningless. What love means and how it feels are different for every person.
Oh, that's kind of beautiful.
To speak from my own experiences, love is like a flower. It starts as something tiny, but as it's nurtured and cared for, it grows. It reaches toward the sunlight and towards something better, and blooms into something beautiful. Not all flowers grow at the same rate, and not all flowers look the same. But wouldn't you agree that that's the joy of flowers, Miho?
That is really beautiful. I really like that. That's like a good way to explain it to someone who's never thought about it, right? I look up from the floor towards Juliet, who's watching me warmly.
I like flowers, but I've never grown one before.
Oh, well, time for another first.
The same can be said for everyone at some point. But as long as you're willing to give it the time and patience that it deserves, even the tiniest seed can become something wonderful.
You know, I wonder now, does she know what kissing is, right? Like, maybe she doesn't. Juliet must see the confusion on my face because she touches my hand gently.
You should take some time to yourself, Miho. We can talk about it later tonight, if you're ready. If you needed even more time, I'm sure Aspen would understand.
Yeah, so the first kiss is just gonna be her rubbing her nose all over Aspen. Yeah, exactly, Callista. She might have seen them like other humans do them, but probably doesn't really know much about them.
Yeah. Yeah. I need to think about it. And sorry for waking you up. Or keeping you up. Whichever.
It's no trouble at all. I'm glad that you felt comfortable coming to me about this.
It was the first thing I did. Thanks, by the way. You helped me out a lot.
Of course. It's my pleasure. It's what friends are for.
Aww. Juliet returns to bed and I go back to my room as well. I sit down on the floor, which is where I've done a lot of my best thinking lately. I lean against my bed and turn on the TV. Oh no, I'm remembering her wrapping herself in the blanket and I don't want to cry again. Okay, I'm good. There sure are a lot of shows and movies about love, aren't there? It's difficult to imagine that concept applying to me. I do know that I care about Aspen a lot. I like being around her. I like talking to her. I look forward to seeing her when she's not there. We're friends, but could we be more than that? I spent a few hours stewing in my thoughts and not coming to any conclusions. Love feels like something that couldn't and shouldn't apply to me. And yet, here I am. Hours pass as I consider the issue from every different angle. I end up with more questions than answers. Is it something I want? Is it something I could even do? What I choose to say to Aspen doesn't just affect me, but it affects her too. No matter what, no matter what, both of our lives are about to change. And no matter what, I have to make a decision. I'm sure that I'll have some doubts either way, but I can't just ignore or run away from this. So after turning it over and over in my mind, I finally make a choice. Slowly, I stand up and head downstairs. My legs feel like jelly as they carry me towards another huge moment. My hands shake, but I hold on tightly to the banister as I head down to the kitchen where Juliet's making tea. There's a second mug set on the table, full of steaming hot chocolate. Oh, that's so sweet.
Right on time, like always. I was just about to call for you.
I heard you get up a little while ago. I was still doing some thinking, though.
I see. So I take it that means you've made up your mind about Aspen, then?
Yeah. It wasn't easy, but I have.
Matters of the heart are rarely easy. Shall we sit?
Yeah.
We take our usual seats, the third one conspicuously empty. I take a big gulp of my hot chocolate while Juliet takes a small sip of tea. Wiping my mouth with the back of my hand, I lean back in my chair, take a deep breath, and nod.
I've decided.
I mean, obviously, right? Do we even need to? Obviously.
I want to try things with Aspen.
Oh, and the hopeful music starts right after. Oh, this game is so beautiful. Like, yeah, that could be taken that way too, huh?
I know it'll be hard, but I want to try.
That's what she said. I feel more sure of the words as I say them. Something about this decision feels right. I do want to try. Like Aspen said yesterday, it's out there now and I can't take it back.
I know she's a human, and so someday it'll hurt. But I can't just always run away from things that are painful. Because if it hurts, that means it was important, doesn't it?
Oh, that is really pretty.
It certainly does. That's a wise way to think about it.
I know I don't know much about love, or how to be in love with someone. But I'm willing to learn, and try.
She's willing to try. Oh. As I speak, I feel something stir in my heart. That feeling of excitement that's pushed me forward so many times before kept me motivated in my lifelong search. Is that the feeling that could grow? I've always struggled to put a name to it. Could it be?
Trying is all anyone could ask of you, Aspen or otherwise. All you have to do is be yourself. That's who Aspen fell in love with, after all. I can't tell you how happy I am for both of you.
Aww. As it begins to sink in, I feel a grin spreading across my face. Aspen is in love with me, and I think that maybe, just maybe, I could be in love with her too.
Thanks. I wish she was here, so I could tell her right now. Tomorrow seems so far away.
I'm certain she's thinking the same thing. Still, it is rather like her to say something so momentous and then disappear. It took quite a while for her to work up the courage to tell you.
With a wink, Juliet lifts her tea. You knew! She knew!
I wouldn't be surprised if she borrowed the idea from some book or another.
Yeah, you're probably right. And wait, you knew she was gonna tell me?
Not exactly. I've known for a long time that she held feelings for you. She never told me outright, but Aspen isn't particularly subtle.
Yeah, you know the moment where she taught her how to write Miho? And like they both started blushing so hard and Juliet kinda gave that knowing wink. Oh.
I never noticed. But I guess I don't know what I would have been looking for either.
All that's important is that she was able to tell you how she felt, and you were able to accept those feelings. Anything along the way was but a means to the same end.
Juliet's right. Not just about Aspen, but about my life in general, as she herself pointed out not that long ago. I thought it had all been for nothing. Pointless ever since Chong-in died without me knowing it. As if I'd reached a dead end myself. But that was just the end of a chapter in my life. Not the whole story, as Aspen would say. I had thought my life as I knew it was ending, and maybe that was true. On the other hand, I feel like a new life for myself is just beginning. One that isn't so solitary and lonesome. Nearly every day, I discover something new about myself. Things I used to think were impossible, at least for someone like me. Maybe I'm not so different after all. Same girl, no, same. I can identify so hard with her. I found a new place to belong and someone new to share my life with, as much of it as I can. Aspen, who's seen just as many different sides of me as I have of her, and who still chose to tell me she loved me, even though she'd never told anyone that before. I can't wait for her to get back so we can find out what's next together. With nothing more to really say about it until Aspen returns, Juliet and I move on to talking about other things, like the library and recent events. I feel pleasantly warm, like I'm glowing as we sit there and chat. That sensation carries me through the rest of the evening and all the way to bed, where I lie for hours. Usually, I'm frustrated when the chaos of my own thoughts stops me from falling asleep. But for the first time ever, excitement rather than fear is what keeps me awake. Instead of just waiting for the day to end, I close my eyes, looking forward to the dawn of tomorrow. For once, my struggle to fall asleep worked out in my favor. I sleep until later than usual the next morning, meaning I don't have to wait as long for Aspen's bus to arrive. I could have sworn that's where the chapter would end, but I guess we're still going. I've barely even woken up and I'm already thinking about her. Looking up at the ceiling, I can't help but smile. I wonder if she's thinking about me too. I'm too full of nervous energy to stay in bed for too long, so I hop up and get ready in a hurry. In the kitchen, I figured Juliet must have already eaten, cleaned up, and gone to bed because I don't see any dishes or leftover food. To my surprise, she comes downstairs just a minute after I do.
Good morning.
Hey! I didn't wake you up, did I?
No, not at all. Although I was upstairs, I thought I'd wait and have breakfast with you like usual.
Yeah, the music is like nice and upbeat after. Man, this chapter had everything: sadness, suspense, romance, fear, hunger, a lot of crying for a lot of reasons.
Oh, thanks. Sorry for keeping you waiting. I kind of fell asleep late, so I slept in too.
Understandable. I'm sure you have lots on your mind.
And a lot of female friendship. Hi, Cat. Good seeing you. Yeah, Aspen just told Miho that she loves her, so a lot of female friendship. Good morning, Cat.
You can say that again.
I take my seat at the table while Juliet pokes through the fridge.
Are you hungry for anything in particular?
Not really. Maybe something light? I don't think I can finish a big meal right now.
Give me a second. I'll be right back. I'm back. Thank you for waiting. Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that. Getting really tired. I hope the chapter ends soon. Getting really hungry too. Alright, alright. Chuckling, Juliet retrieves a couple pieces of fruit and some cheese.
Butterflies in your tummy?
Oh.
Nah, I haven't eaten anything. I'm just nervous.
I'm sure I would be too, in your position. Although, Aspen did the difficult task of taking the first step. You have the luxury of being the one to respond.
That's true.
I wonder how she's gonna respond. Just wait for her to arrive and then be all, I love you too? Or maybe she does know what a kiss is and she just kisses her as soon as she arrives. Juliet sets a platter with slices of apples and oranges, as well as a few blocks of cheese on the table between us, and I idly munch on some fruit.
Do you want to come wait at the station with me? I'm leaving after we're done eating.
I think that's something that should be just you.
I'll pass, but thank you. The two of you have plenty to talk about on your own, I'm sure. But I imagine I'll see you both later tonight?
Unless they'll be busy later tonight.
Definitely.
The minutes pass by agonizingly slowly, especially after Juliet goes to bed, but eventually it's late enough for me to leave. I burst up out of my seat, forcing myself not to walk too fast. She is so excited, it is so cute. As long as I'm walking, I'm doing something. If I get there too early, I have to wait, and I hate waiting. Humming to myself, I follow the same route Aspen and I took yesterday. If I wanted to, I probably could have found a faster way, or even a longer way to kill more time. It's not worth the risk of getting lost, though. The closer I get to the station, the faster my heart races. The growing anticipation, the way I can't think about anything else. It reminds me of something. Something I haven't experienced in ages. It reminds me of the days in the forest, towards the end of my time as a regular fox. The way I felt on the way to the clearing every day to see my person. Back then, it was different, of course, more instinct, less thinking, but it still pushed me forwards. That was love, wasn't it? In my own way, just like Juliet said. Usually, something like that would stop me in my tracks, but today, it just makes me smile. My good mood carries me the rest of the way to the bus station. I pause at the intersection where we stood yesterday when Aspen said everything. This spot will be special to me forever. I already know. I hurry across to the other side. There are a handful of other people waiting, standing or leaning against the fence. I sit down on one of the empty benches, practically buzzing with anticipation. I watch the clock as it continues to tick away until finally the scheduled minute comes and there's no bus. Oh no. I sigh, disappointed but not too surprised, since when are buses ever exactly on time anyway? I swear if Callisto called it, I'm gonna be so upset. Soon, the bus is a couple minutes late, and then 5 minutes, and it gets harder and harder not to worry.
Good thing she left early.
I notice that I'm not alone. Some of the other people waiting are beginning to get agitated too. One person stands on the edge of the sidewalk, peering in either direction. A couple others who have been waiting in the boarding zone since I got here sit down on one of the benches near me and pull out their phones. One of them taps a few times, reads something and then groans.
Told you. Delayed. Says it right here.
Guess I owe you a tenner. It say how long?
Nope. Just says delayed due to vehicle issues.
Oh no. Dread seizes me. With a shaky hand, I tap one of the travelers on the shoulder.
Excuse me. Which bus is it that's delayed?
Ah, that be Route 4. You waiting for it too?
My friend's on it. I don't know which, but she was supposed to be here 10 minutes ago.
Oh no.
Aye. Well, probably the same one then. Bad luck, but it does happen every now and then. I hope you weren't in a hurry.
I was, actually. Do you know what they'll do? What'll happen to the people on the bus?
Well, I imagine the city will have to send someone out, figure out what's wrong, fix it, or send a replacement. I'm sure your friend will get here one way or another, but it could be hours.
Well, time to hire a taxi and full speed it the opposite way of the bus route.
You might want to give them a call and find out where they are. Might be quicker for them to find their own ride home.
I walked off the bench before he's even finished speaking, dashing back the way I came.
Hey, good luck.
I barely hear him. Of all the buses to break down, of all the days for it to happen, as I run, I can't help but think about how unfair it is. For anyone else in the world, a couple-hour bus delay would be annoying, but that's it. But for me and Aspen, I don't even want to think about what it would be like if she forgot me. After getting back to the library in record time, I practically crashed through the doors as I head upstairs. For the second day in a row, I knock on Juliet's bedroom door before having to bend over to catch my breath. It's been ages since I've run that long, and it shows. Juliet answers the door quickly.
Miho? What's wrong?
Aspen's bus still isn't here. Someone at the station said one of them broke down on the way. What if it was hers?
Wordlessly, Juliet hurries to retrieve her phone. It looks weirdly out of place in her hands as she navigates through several screens, slower than Aspen would. Her face turns grim after only reading for a moment.
It seems you're right.
Confirmation just tightens the knot in my chest, and I just barely manage to croak out a question.
What do we do?
How long do you have left?
2 hours. A little less.
Yeah, enough time with the car.
She shouldn't be too far away. I'll try calling her.
It doesn't even ring, and instead goes straight to a voicemail. I look up at Juliet helplessly, trying to ignore the panic that'll overrun me if I let it.
She did say that she'd have poor reception en route. Here, Miho. Keep trying. I'll be back in a moment.
Very important. If someone doesn't see Miho for more than 24 hours, they'll forget her and forget everything about her. And in 2 hours, it will have been 24 hours. Yeah. She hands me the phone and shows me how to use it before hurrying into her bedroom. I hit the button again, staring at the small contact photo of Aspen that Juliet has saved. It's a picture of Aspen at the breakfast table, smiling awkwardly. Her voicemail message starts again, so I cancel and try it again, and again, and again. But it's the same result every time. I end the call and start another one for what must be the 6th or 7th time.
Juliet, is that...
My thumb is on the end button out of habit, and I barely manage to stop myself from pressing it.
Aspen!
There's a loud burst of static.
Oh? You! Aspen! It's me! Where are you?
Juliet comes back out when she hears me, waiting anxiously by my side. Aspen says something again, but it's garbled by the connection.
What? I can't hear you.
Fucking reception. Let me.
Nice F-bomb drop there. Well, I guess we might find out if phone calls break the curse or not. Everything goes quiet, and for a terrible moment I'm afraid that the call has dropped.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Instead, I nearly drop the phone when her voice comes through again, much clearer this time.
Good. I can't move from this spot then. It's the only place I have service.
Where are you?
God, we're so close. I can literally see the city in the distance. Something's wrong with the bus. I don't know what. They said there's another one coming to pick us up, but I'm not sure when it's supposed to be here.
We only have 2 hours before.
We were theorizing about that earlier, cat.
I know. Trust me, I know. I was hoping the replacement would be here sooner, but that's not going to happen.
Aspen, you said you're close. Do you know where exactly?
I don't, no, but there's just the one road into the city, and I can see it. That's what I'll do, actually. I'll start walking towards the city, and hopefully I'll see the other bus on the way.
Will that work?
I don't know. I'm going to do it anyway.
Juliet and I look at each other. I wonder if she has the same thought I do.
Okay, I'm coming too.
What? Coming where?
Wherever you are. You said it's just one road, right? I'll meet you on it.
You'll... Okay, I understand.
I'll be there on time. I promise.
From the other end of the line comes the very clear sound of Aspen sniffling.
Okay, I'll see you soon. As soon as I start walking, I'll probably lose reception again. I'll try to call you when I can.
Okay. Okay, I'm on my way.
The line clicks dead and I try to hand Juliet her phone back, but she shakes her head.
Hold on to it. You can bring it back to me after you find her.
I nod. There's no time to talk about anything else.
How do I get there?
Juliet pulls up a map and shows me, pointing out where the library is.
I was going to try to find a taxi. Between traffic and everything else, I'm not sure it would be faster. It's so far away though, Miho. Are you sure you'll be alright?
She'll probably be really fast if she goes fox form, huh?
I will. I have to be.
I immediately make for the stairs, pausing for just a second.
Thanks.
Aww.
Thank me later. Together.
Yep, I nod and then I transform as I bolt out the front door. Oh, speed lines. Foxes can't run as long as humans can, but they can run faster. As a gumiho, maybe I can do both. Wind whips at my tail. Sorry, let me try that again. Wind whips at my tails as I rush forward, channeling whatever willpower and determination I can into running. The map Juliet gave me shows. Wow, let me try again. Oh my god. I'm too flustered. I just want them to meet, okay? Alright. The map Juliet gave me showed which... Ow! Thank you for the hydrate. Here's to fast running foxes. Cheers. Alright. The map Juliet gave me showed which roads to take to get out of the city. But I don't need roads. Where we're going, we don't need roads. God. Does anyone even get that reference, or am I just too old? Thank you for the head pat. Thank you. Alright, I'm glad you do. Yay! Y'all are making me feel way less old. Well, you don't know. I run straight for the edge of town, dodging traffic, pedestrians, and more. Dogs bark as I race through their yards, and shocked people gape as I dash past them without paying any attention. I don't even know how long I run for, I just know that I don't stop. Even when my legs and chest start to ache, I keep going. A little pain now is nothing compared to what losing Aspen would be like. Buildings begin to thin out, even as traffic increases, and finally, I find myself out of Wellington. Following the road, I race towards where Aspen must be. Cars and trees fly by, replacing the buildings and street signs. There are hills and forests that I'm sure are as beautiful as everything else I've seen, but I hardly notice them at all. The longer I run, the more it starts to take its toll on me. Against my will, I can feel my speed flagging, each step taking just a little more effort than the last. I push this form to its absolute limit, and eventually it brings me to a halt. I change forms once again, gasping for air as I place my hands on my knees, trying to catch my breath. The run from the station back to the library winded me, and this was many times harder. But I can't stop moving. I have to keep going. I have to. Lungs on fire, and with my legs feeling like lead, I make myself take another step, and then another. Mustering all my strength, I break into a jog, the fastest I can manage. I keep my gaze set on the horizon, hoping for a glimpse of her, anything to set my heart and mind at ease. Anything. The sun begins to dip even lower, as if even the sky is reminding me that time is running out. My steps are leaden and my mind abuzz with wordless fear and worry. At first, I don't believe my eyes when I finally spot someone walking in my direction, far off in the distance. Please let it be her. A steady trot is all I can do by now, and I let even that slow to a normal walking pace. The other figure and I walk toward each other, but the sun shines in my face and obscures them from vision. Raising one hand to shield my eyes, I see a familiar hat, the glint of light on familiar glasses. I see Aspen running towards me. All I can do is stand there, overwhelmed with relief so intense that all I can do is shake. I made it. She's here.
Miho!
And she remembers! Yay! Yay! I'll drink to that. Cheers! Cat, cat, cat. As she approaches, she also slows and then comes to a stop.
Miho!
I don't even know what to say. How can I respond? How can I put all the excitement, the worry, and the relief that she's made me feel in the past 24 hours into words? How do I say it? Silently, I close the distance between us. I can see her eyes searching mine, looking for an answer to the unspoken question. Overhead, the sun dips behind a cloud, done watching us for the day, and throwing a handful of colors into the sky as it leaves. I've struggled to find words before, but this is different. Like Aspen said yesterday, not just any words will do. I stop, just an arm's length from Aspen, close enough to see the glint of tears hiding in her eyes. Oh no!
I was so worried.
Oh, hug her! Her voice is barely a whisper, but I can't hear anything else. Looking up into her eyes, I'm surprised to find the answer to my own question. One that I didn't know I wanted to ask until just now. One that requires more than words. Or maybe less. Ah, nice! Yay! I take the last step that separates us and lean forward to kiss Aspen. Well, I guess we know if she knows what a kiss is now. Let's go! The marks of human affection have always seemed so strange and foreign to me, and maybe even unappealing. As I kiss her, I think I understand. Without hesitation, Aspen's hand rises to touch my face, holding me in place, as if I'd want to leave. She moves like she was waiting for this. Maybe she was. It's unlike anything I've ever felt before. The closeness, the warmth. I place my own hand against her wrist. I think maybe I understand Aspen's fears better now, because I would also be content if this moment lasted forever. Even when we separate, Aspen's hands stay on my shoulder, keeping me close. I love Miho's expression here, like her eyes, they're like full of love and wonder. Aww. Alright, I'll add one to the counter. Cat, cat, cat.
I see you thought about what I said.
Thank you, Callisto.
And practically nothing else.
Pulling me into a hug, Aspen rests her face against mine.
So I wasn't the only one then.
He sighs contentedly.
There's so much more I want to say, but this is hardly the place to say it now, is it?
Seriously, she's so pretty. I'd nearly forgotten where we were, not far from the side of the road. Turning around, I look back at the city, which is starting to light up for the evening.
Oh, right. It's kind of a long way home, you know.
It's still part of the same gush. Aspen squeezes my hand.
I have all the time in the world.
Aww. Well, that was chapter 3, everyone. Next chapter will be open ending, chapter 4. The Aspen chapter. Oh, that was beautiful. That was like gorgeous. It really was. Like, it really was. Wow. I cried so much. I cried sad tears. I cried happy tears. Such a good game. Oh, such a good chapter. Oh. Alright, Cheesy, I'll give you the other gush. I'll give you the next one there. 19 gushes. Thank you for the hydrate. One last eggnog. 2 lesbians. Cheers. Oh, man, that was great. Thank you for watching, everyone. Thank you so much. Let's do my squad. God. I cried so much. I really hope it didn't show too much during the grave scene. But I was a mess, especially after where, you know, she kind of lashed out. I was such a mess. It was really, really, really good. Nico, Nico, Nico. Alright, let's do 69 plus 19. How much is that? Well, my brain won't remember. I'll do 69 and then 19. Punishment for loving Miho too much. 200 cheesy. All right. Oh. It's gonna be a mess. Like, slightly drunk, very emotional, full of love. But let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, no worries, Hateable Mormon. I'll be good. I'll be good. I'm not gonna throw up from a little bit of booze and a little bit of squats. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Cheesy. Is this like your favorite part of my streams? Rat counts to her audience. What was I? Fuck, where was I? At 20? Right. I forgot. No, I was like counting the ones while talking, which was 3. So I'm either at 23 or 33. I think 23, right? 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Yeah, that sounds right. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. Ah, my legs are already not liking that. 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. Let me put on some music, by the way. Here we go. I need a second. There, so I won't forget. $51, $52, $53, $54, $55, $56, $57, $58, $59, $60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, yay! Ah, God. Alright, 19 more, huh? Alright. Alright. I'm good. I'm good. I'm gonna hydrate for a second before doing the last 19. My legs feel like jelly. Alright. Thank you for the cheers, Cheesy. Thank you for sponsoring the last 69 squats. The next 19 are dedicated to my love for Miho and how much I adore her. Also 4 or because Cheesy is smart. All right. 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, dear God, 5, 4, 3, I love Miho, 2, so very much, 1, yay, 0, oh my God, I'm dead. Time for dinner. Ow. 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 No. Help. Ah. Wow, I think my heart rate is really, ow. Really high right now. Ow. 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 Let me go back into the corner. Bully me into the corner. There. Hi. Thank you for watching, everyone. Ow. Thank you for the subs, for the cheering, for the tears, and for spending your Friday night with me. It means so much. I can't wait to play Chapter 4. Such a good game. Such an emotional game. Ah. Ow. Ow. Thank you, Lek. I'm so happy to hear you
Let's see
say.
what you reeled in today.
Let me see. There's still a lot we haven't unlocked. Aww. Aww. That's awesome. I love that. All right. I'm out of breath. Like, that's what I was just thinking. Of course, hateable Mormon. I think my mic input, I have a noise gate on it, so I'm like 90% sure you didn't hear most of the crying.
Munch Maysterft rated my stream.
So I'm okay with that. Oh no, Munch! Hey! Hello, 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 hello. Hello,
Let's see
Raiders.
what you reeled in today.
There, for our Raiders. There. Let me give you a shout out, Munch. Yeah, we just unlocked that cause they finally kissed, so we were like just looking at that. Alright, let me give you the shout out. I was about to end the stream. Chat made me do.
Gummy? Okay, come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Irene? Come on. Come on, it's gonna be Golden Glow. Come on.
Oh, gotcha pains. Oh, hey! No! Wrong 5 stars? Or but yeah, thank you for the raid. Thank you so much. Thank you for trusting your community with me. Hi everyone, I'm Rat. I'm out of breath because chat just made me do 69 squats plus 19 more for having a huge crush on Miho over here. Here. This game is wonderful. It's called Please Be Happy. It's a really cute visual novel. I can recommend it very highly. And unfortunately, I'm gonna end my stream now. So let's see who we can go raid. Oh yeah, the background music is still on, huh? Whoops. There. But yeah, it is really good. I really enjoyed it. We just played chapter 3 and it was so emotional in sad ways and happy ways. I cried twice. Once for good reasons, once for really, really sad reasons. That'd be cute, huh? Get the same fox ears that Miho has. Who do we want to raid? What do we feel like? Let's go raid Ivory. I don't think I've ever raided her. She's a staff member at Offkai Expo. She does art, does a lot of idol art. And she's gonna draw my rat when she has some time. Like, I asked her to draw me an actual feral rat that I can hopefully put like on my head or something. That would be really, really cute. Oh, Munch, that's such a good idea. I was thinking about doing Ring Fit streams. Maybe when I ever have Live 2D set up. Or, you know, can you imagine 3D rat doing Ring Fit? Hopefully one day I'll be fit. Alright, Ivory is playing Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, which I've never played. But I heard a lot of people are really, really, really happy about the Sonic game, so let's go watch her. Anyway, let me end on the favorite picture here. There we go. And let me initiate the raid. Thank you again, everyone, for watching. Thank you, Munch, for the stream. I hope yours for the raid. I hope your stream went well. Thank you, everyone, for spending your Friday with me. Thank you again for the cheers, the squats, the subs, everything. Thank you for watching me gush over lesbians. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. And I'll see you around for chapter 4 sometimes next week. And maybe Among Us tomorrow? We'll see. Alright, oh yeah, when I raid, I usually drop either of these messages. Send Ivory my love. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend. And I'll see you all around, alright? Bye, everyone. Bye-bye. Love you.